Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1. What Hal told me about silence. There are reasons I do not go into forests after dark anymore, and none of them are the reasons people usually guess. It is not bears. It is not mountain lions. It is not getting lost, though I have been lost before. And I can tell you there is a particular kind of fear that settles into your stomach when every stand of trees begins to look like the last one, and the trail behind you seems to vanish into itself. It is not even the dark in any ordinary sense. I can handle dark rooms, dark streets, dark apartments, dark parking garages. I live in a city now, high enough above the ground that the trees below my building look decorative instead of wild. And still there are nights when I wake up sweating because the room has gone too quiet. And for 1 second, I am back out there, measuring time by my own breathing. Back in 2019, before all of that, I worked seasonal wildlife acoustics in western Montana. If that sounds more specialized than it really was, that is because most federal jobs do when you say them out loud. What it meant in practice was that I spent my summers hiking deep into public land to service passive recording stations the agency had mounted on steel posts and strapped to trees across predator corridors and migration routes. The units were weatherproof gray boxes with microphones designed to capture everything from wolf howls and coyote choruses to the rough coughing call of a mountain lion if you got lucky. The recordings helped estimate movement, density, breeding activity, and overlap. The work itself was not glamorous. It was memory cards, corroded contacts, solar panels hazed over with pollen, battery packs that failed in heat, cables chewed by squirrels, software that froze when you needed it most, and long miles in and out with a pack that always seemed heavier on the return. I loved it so much that I almost don't know how to explain it without sounding sentimental. Maybe the easiest way to say it is that the work felt honest. You woke up before dawn because there was real distance to cover. You drank bad coffee because there was no point pretending you didn't need it. You drove where the pavement ended and kept driving when the road turned to washboard gravel and then to 2 dry ruts with grass in the middle. You parked at trailheads where the signs were sun-faded and pocked with bullet holes, where old maps sat behind scratched plexiglass and warnings about bear activity curled at the edges from years of weather. Then you put on your pack, checked your spray, locked the truck, and started walking. By noon, your shirt would be dark with sweat down the spine. Your calves would burn on the climbs. Black flies would find the sliver of skin between your sock and pant cuff and work at you with a devotion I could only call religious. You crossed creeks on wet stones that shifted under your boots and climbed through lodgepole stands so dense they looked planted with a ruler. In some sectors, you hiked through old burn scars where the timber was still black years later, trunks standing upright like a crowd of bodies charred in place. In others, you came up through talus slopes where every step produced that hollow clacking sound of rock against rock, and the heat came off the stone in visible waves. By the end of the day, your legs shook when you stepped down from the truck, and when you lay in bed that night, sleep hit you all at once like a chemical. I was 28 that summer, and I wanted badly for the job to become permanent. Anybody who has ever worked seasonal public land jobs knows that particular form of hunger. You tell yourself you are there for the work, for the landscape, for the experience, and all of that is true. But underneath is the other truth. You want a badge that isn't temporary. You want a future that extends beyond the end of fire season, or the first snowfall. You want your supervisors to think of you as reliable, tough, worth keeping. You want to belong to the place so fully that the place might eventually agree to keep you. I had a master's degree, student debt, a cheap rental in Bozeman with windows that rattled when the trucks went by, and the kind of cautious optimism people have in their late 20s when they are still young enough to believe competence will save them. I thought that if I worked hard enough, if I kept my gear organized, if I volunteered for the longer routes and never complained about mileage, somebody would notice. Somebody always notices, I used to think. You do your job well enough, long enough, and eventually the world stops making you prove you deserve to be there. That summer, I believed a lot of things I do not believe anymore. Most mornings began the same way. I would stop at whatever gas station was open before sunrise. Usually one of those places with a couple pickups out front and a faded banner advertising bait, propane, and hunting licenses. The coffee always tasted faintly scorched, like the pot had been cooking since midnight, but it was hot, and it was there. I would carry it back out through the cool blue hour, with the sky just beginning to pale over the mountains, set it in the cup holder of the government truck, and start driving west or south, depending on the day's assignments. I can still remember the smell inside those trucks. Dust baked into the floor mats. Hot vinyl once the sun got high. Old paper. A trace of gasoline on your gloves if you had topped off the jerry can that morning. There would be laminated maps on the passenger seat with grease pencil notes and route circles made by people who had worked those sectors long before I did. Sometimes a handheld radio, sometimes a Pelican case, usually a clipboard with the day's station list and enough abbreviations to look like a coded message to anyone outside the agency. The farther out you drove, the emptier everything got. Fence lines, hay fields, occasional mailboxes leaning at the end of dirt roads, then forest boundary signs, then the first dark walls of timber. By the time I got out of the truck and shouldered my pack, the day usually felt fully awake. Resin warming in the trees, midges over standing water, the dry mineral smell of dust where the trail crossed exposed ground. Red squirrels scolding from dead snags. Clark's nutcrackers moving above the tree line if I was high enough. Ravens making those wooden knocking calls from somewhere you couldn't quite place. In the lower country, if the wind was right, you could smell creek water before you heard it. That was the thing I loved most about the woods then. They were never actually silent. Even when they seemed still, they were full. There was always some layer beneath whatever you first noticed. Birdsong over insect noise. Water under wind. The tiny crackle of dry needles shifting under a chipmunk. Wings somewhere in the canopy. A distant branch report that told you something heavier had passed through hours before. It made me feel, stupidly now, that the place could be understood if I paid close enough attention. Like competence was mostly a matter of listening better than the next person. I met Hal Vickers in my first week on that crew, and I liked him before I knew much about him at all. He was close to retirement by then, though nobody could ever tell me exactly how close, because Hal had apparently been about done for at least 3 years. He was broad through the shoulders in the way some older men remain broad long after they lose speed, all dense bone and habit. His face looked shaped by wind more than age. Deep lines at the corners of his mouth, eyes that squinted even in shade, forearms mapped with old scars he never explained. He wore the same style of field shirt every day, sleeves rolled neatly if it was hot, buttoned all the way up if it was cold. And he moved with a steadiness I envied because it never seemed wasted. No unnecessary motion. No hurry either. He was one of those men who made even small routines look practiced enough to matter. He folded maps the same way every time, checked the buckles on his pack in the same order, ate lunch with the wax paper smoothed flat on his knee first, as if crinkled paper offended him. He sharpened pencils with a pocket knife instead of using the office sharpener, and wrote in block capitals in little waterproof notebooks that he kept in his shirt pocket, alongside reading glasses he was forever taking off and putting back on. If somebody else had those habits, you might have called them superstitions. In Hal, they looked more like efficiency, carried so far it had become ritual. Everyone respected him. That was obvious even to me, as the new seasonal hire, trying too hard not to look new. Not because he was loud, because he wasn't. Not because he told stories all day, because he mostly didn't. In fact, one of the things that made people listen when Hal did speak was how rarely he seemed to bother with words he didn't need. He was not a campfire mystic. He was not the sort of old hand who used every quiet moment to fill your head with mountain legends or ghost stories about prospectors and missing hunters. If anything, he had very little patience for drama. His instructions were practical, usually dry, and often delivered in a tone that suggested you should have already known whatever he was about to tell you. That was part of why I trusted him almost immediately. The first few times I rode out with him, he taught me the work the way I wish more people taught anything. By assuming I was capable of learning if I paid attention, and incapable of learning if I needed everything made entertaining first. He showed me how to inspect a mounting strap for weather damage before it failed, how to wipe a solar panel without grinding grit into it, how to read a game trail by what it displaced rather than what it left behind. He taught me the small field habits that keep minor problems from becoming expensive ones. Do not set your batteries in direct sun while you troubleshoot. Do not leave your food wrappers in the truck because mice can smell through shame. Do not trust a creek crossing at noon just because it was easy at 8 in the morning. Do not assume because something looks empty that nothing is using it. I admired him more than I meant to. I do not think I was looking for a father figure or anything that dramatic. But when you are 28 and temporary, trying to become the kind of person a difficult place might make room for, you notice the people who seem fully at home in themselves. Hal looked like somebody the landscape had tested repeatedly and not found wasteful enough to remove. The memory I keep coming back to now is an ordinary one. A warm morning, light falling through lodgepole branches in narrow bars, pine resin heating on the bark, a station check that had gone smoothly, some bird raising hell deeper in the timber, jay maybe, or raven. Nothing wrong, nothing cinematic, just a workday in a season that, at the time, still belonged to my life before. If there was anything strange in those early weeks, it was only this. Every now and then, I would catch Hal looking into the trees longer than seemed necessary. Not frightened exactly, just measuring. Then he would turn back to whatever he was doing, and the moment would close. I took it for the ordinary caution of a man who had spent most of his life outdoors. At the time, that explanation satisfied me. It is strange what the mind will call ordinary when it has not yet learned the correct category for fear. Chapter 1. What Hal told me about silence. Hal told me the rule on a day that could not have felt less like the beginning of anything bad. I remember that first, maybe because memory has a cruel habit of preserving the wrong parts in perfect detail. It was late June, clear and warm, the kind of Montana morning that starts cold enough for a jacket and turns bright enough by noon that you can feel heat coming off the exposed stone. We were out past the last maintained turnout, in a section of national forest where the access road narrowed into a pair of ruts and then gave up entirely. From there, we had hiked a little over 6 miles to a remote acoustic station mounted at the edge of a high drainage. It was ordinary work. Batteries, contacts, solar panel, data card, weather housing. The checklist was so familiar even then that I could have done most of it half asleep. If you had passed us at lunch, you would not have remembered the sight of us an hour later. Hal sat on a flat gray rock near the station with one knee up and the other leg stretched out, complaining mildly about his left knee in the same tone some people use to talk about weather. He always acted like age was a bureaucratic inconvenience rather than something happening to his body in real time. He was 62, maybe 63 then, though he wore the years more like a layer of old damage than oldness. He hiked faster than most of the younger staff, including me, and never seemed short of breath. The only concession he made to time was the occasional comment about cartilage and the way he lowered himself onto rocks more carefully than he used to. "Damn thing sounds like somebody stepping on celery," he muttered as he sat, rubbing at the side of the joint through his field pants. "You still beat me to the ridge," I said. "That's because you're young enough to waste movement." That was typical Hal. Not really an insult, more a compressed worldview. He took off his pack, set it down with the same precise care he gave everything, and pulled out his lunch. 2 lemon bars wrapped in wax paper and a sandwich in a folded plastic deli bag. His wife made the lemon bars, he told me more than once that summer, and each time he spoke about them with a seriousness that suggested they belonged in a different category from ordinary food. He peeled the wax paper back with thick fingers scarred across the knuckles, careful not to tear it, and set 1 bar on top of the open paper like he was arranging a specimen. Powdered sugar had melted slightly into the surface in the heat, leaving a pale dust along the edges. I sat a few feet away, in a patch of shade cast by a stunted lodgepole, and ate a smashed turkey sandwich that had been compressed under my field notebook and spare batteries. Below us, the drainage spread out in a bowl of grass, willow, and stone, green where the runoff still held, and pale gold where the ground had started to dry. A creek moved through the middle of it, shallow and quick over rock, making that constant narrow sound water makes when it has somewhere definite to be. Higher up on the opposite slope, the trees thickened into darker timber. Beyond that, talus. Beyond that, sky. It was a living place in every direction. You could hear ground squirrels chirring from the rocks, and a jay making an abrasive fuss somewhere behind us. Insects hovered over the wetter patches in a soft, shifting whine. Every few minutes, wind moved through the pines and brought down the resin smell that gets sweeter as the day warms. It was the sort of noon field biologists dream about when they are trapped in winter offices entering data. Good visibility, good weather, no surprises, no people for miles. Hal unscrewed the cap on his thermos and poured a little coffee into the lid. It was weak enough to see light through. He drank it anyway. We talked the way people talk when they've spent enough hours together to make silence unnecessary, but not uncomfortable. Routing for the next week. A trail washout farther south. Whether one of the younger techs was ever going to learn not to jam memory cards in backward. Which district supervisor was rumored to be transferring out. Hal said the new assistant coordinator had the instincts of a man trying to iron a shirt while still wearing it, which was the longest sentence I had heard from him all day. I laughed. He took a bite of lemon bar and nodded once, satisfied he had used exactly the right number of words. He asked if I was still thinking about applying for the permanent opening that might come through in fall if funding held. "Yeah," I said, "if it actually exists." It exists until it doesn't. That's supposed to be encouraging? That depends on whether you're the one who gets it. He took another drink of coffee and looked out across the drainage. I remember a line of powdered sugar still clinging to one side of his mustache. It should not be a detail that matters, but it does. That and the shape of the dent in the thermos near the bottom, where he once told me it had rolled off the hood of a truck on a logging road and survived better than the truck's headlight. We sat for a minute without talking. Nothing strange, just the kind of shared pause that happens when you've walked hard enough to earn quiet. Then Hal said, in exactly the same tone he might have used to remind me to top off the truck before heading back, "If the woods go completely silent, don't stand there thinking. You walk out. 10 minutes, if you're lucky." I thought I had misheard him. Not the words themselves, I heard those clearly. It was the placement that threw me. One second we were talking about retirement paperwork and whether the district office coffee somehow got worse every year, and the next he had dropped that sentence between us like it belonged there. I gave a short laugh because that was what the moment seemed to ask for. "Okay," I said. "What's that? One of the old backcountry rules?" Hal did not laugh. He held the lemon bar in one hand and looked out over the drainage as if he were checking the light on the slope across from us. His face had not changed much, but something in the set of it had. Not dramatic fear, not storyteller suspense, just a stillness that did not belong to jokes. "I'm serious," he said. I waited for the explanation that usually followed when Hal said anything unusual. It never came. "Silent from what?" I asked. "Like weather rolling in?" He shook his head once. "A big predator moving through?" I said. "Bear nearby? Lion? Something that freezes the smaller stuff out?" "No." "Seismic weirdness?" I said, half smiling now because I still thought, even then, that I could reason my way back into the normal world if I named enough plausible things. "Pressure change? Electrical storm? Some weird acoustic drop?" Hal took a bite, chewed, swallowed, and then said, "Doesn't matter what causes it." That answer irritated me a little, which I am ashamed of now, though maybe that reaction was useful. It proves how ordinary I still was then. I was a few years out of graduate school, full of habitat models and species behavior papers, and the confidence people mistake for intelligence when it happens to them young. I believed that if something happened in nature, it happened for a reason you could name. "What do you mean it doesn't matter?" I asked. "Everything has a cause." He turned then and looked at me fully for the first time since he'd spoken. His eyes were not joking. "If everything living shuts up at once," he said, "you leave." The words landed heavier because of how simply he said them. Not a story, not a performance, just instruction. I remember holding the crust of my sandwich in one hand and realizing, with a kind of social awkwardness more than fear, that I had no idea what response would fit the moment. I wanted to laugh again, but it would have sounded forced. I wanted to press him, but there was something in his expression that made it feel like pushing on a locked door. Still, I tried. "Has that happened to you?" He looked back toward the trees. "That's not the question to ask." I waited. He began folding the wax paper the way he always did. Neat corners first, pressing the seams flat with his thumb. Then, halfway through the motion, he stopped. Just for a second. His fingers paused on the paper. Powdered sugar still marked the edge of his mustache. The drainage below us shimmered in the heat. And then, for one brief moment, the woods around us seemed to thin. That is the only phrase I know for it. Not silence exactly, because the creek was still running, and somewhere a branch tapped once in the wind. But the other layers dropped so quickly that my body noticed before my mind did. The insects seemed to pull back. The jay cut off in the middle of whatever complaint it was making. Even the small movement sounds in the brush below us vanished. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, 3 at most. Just long enough for me to look up from my lunch and feel the back of my neck tighten. Then a bird called from farther off, sharp and ordinary, and the moment broke. I told myself instantly that nothing had happened. Wind shift, shade movement, my attention narrowing because of what Hal had just said. It is embarrassing how fast the mind works to defend the world it prefers. I looked at Hal, half expecting him to comment on the lull, maybe to say something that would confirm this had all been a setup for some old field guy superstition. He said nothing. He finished folding the wax paper into a square small enough to fit in his pocket and slid it in beside his reading glasses. "That your whole explanation?" I asked, trying for lightness and missing it. "Just leave?" "That's the useful part." "There's got to be more to it than that." "There probably is." I frowned. "You're usually better at explaining things." "I'm explaining this fine." I should have let it go then, but curiosity and pride have a way of cooperating badly. 10 minutes until what? Hal screwed the lid back onto the thermos and set it down beside his boot.
10 minutes to get clear.
Clear of what? He stood up with the slow care his knee required and brushed crumbs from the front of his shirt. If I knew how to define it in a way that would help you, I would. That sentence bothered me more than the rule itself, because Hal always defined things. That was what made him Hal. If you asked why a crossing was dangerous, he could tell you exactly how the snowmelt changed the current by afternoon. If you asked how to read sign in a patch of mixed substrate, he could walk you through the evidence piece by piece until what had looked vague became obvious. His whole value as a field mentor came from his refusal to be mystical about anything. He believed in specifics. But standing there in that warm midday light, in a perfectly ordinary drainage full of perfectly ordinary summer sounds, he had handed me something vague and told me it was all I needed. I remember feeling mildly annoyed, a little embarrassed, and just unsettled enough to resent it. "Seems like a thing worth explaining better," I said. Hal swung his pack back onto one shoulder. "Seems like a thing worth remembering exactly." That line stayed with me because of how flatly he said it. Not dramatic, not even stern, just final. A raven called from uphill then, one hard knocking sound. And almost at once, the rest of the place seemed to fill back in around it. Insects, water, wind in the tops. Somewhere off to the right, a squirrel resumed scolding like it had been waiting for its cue. The world was normal again, if it had ever stopped being normal at all. Only the mood had changed. I packed up slower than usual, partly because I was thinking, partly because I wanted Hal to say something else that would let me sort the whole exchange into a category I already recognized. A joke, a story from his first season, some incident involving a lion, a rock slide, a sudden storm, anything. He said nothing more about it. On the hike out, he moved at his usual steady pace, stopping once to point out fresh elk sign near a marshy patch, and once to complain that my map fold was an act of personal disrespect toward paper. By the time we reached the truck, the conversation at lunch had already begun to feel unreal around the edges, the way odd things do if nobody helps hold them in place. I told myself he had probably meant it as a rough field maxim. Trust your instincts. Don't linger when something feels off. That kind of thing. Old-timer language for situational awareness. That was how I filed it away. Not as a warning. Not really.
Just one more strange backcountry saying from a man I respected enough to remember, and not enough yet to understand.
Chapter 1. What Hal Told Me About Silence. I brought the rule up 3 days later, and if I had gotten the reaction I expected, maybe none of what followed would have rooted itself in me the way it did. At the time, I still wanted to turn it into something manageable. That was my instinct then with anything that made me uneasy. Give it shape, give it a category, turn it into a joke if possible. Jokes are useful that way. They take a thing that does not fit and force it into the mouth until it comes out smaller. We were back at the district office that afternoon, the kind of low federal building that always smelled faintly of old coffee, printer toner, and wet nylon. Half the place looked temporary, even though it had probably stood there for 30 years. Beige walls, scuffed linoleum, maps pinned over older maps, a bulletin board near the break room with fire notices, volunteer cleanup dates, and one faded flyer warning people not to feed foxes near a campground that had been closed for 2 seasons already. Outside, the parking lot was full of agency trucks, filmed over in dust. The sky had gone white with heat, and all the light coming through the windows looked exhausted. I was standing near the coffee maker in the break room with a paper cup in one hand and a stale granola bar in the other when I mentioned it. Not in some dramatic, lowered voice way, just casually, the way you repeat something odd an older coworker said because you expect other people to roll their eyes and tell you he used the same line on them 20 years earlier. There were 4 of us there besides me. Claire Newell, who had been a field biologist in that district longer than I had been out of high school. Wade from dispatch, who always looked half buried in radio traffic even when he was off shift. Ron Mercer, an older field tech who had worked fire lines before moving over to wildlife support and still carried himself like he expected at any moment to be told to grab a Pulaski and start cutting line uphill. And Jen, who handled scheduling and had the sort of institutional memory that let her tell you where a missing form probably was before you finished telling her it was missing. I don't remember how the conversation got there. Somebody said something about a station route being too quiet for June. Or maybe Ron had mentioned a drainage where he never liked camping. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I took a sip of the bad office coffee and said, with a smile I can feel embarrassed by even now, Hal told me this weird thing on Monday. Said if the woods ever go completely silent, you've got 10 minutes to get out. Nothing crashed. Nobody dropped a mug. No one did anything dramatic enough that, if you wrote it down plainly, it would sound like fear. That almost made it worse. Claire had been flipping through a field log on the counter. She stopped turning the page. Not frozen exactly, just paused a second too long. Wade looked up from his phone, then down again in a way that was too quick to be natural. Ron took his cup from the coffee machine and did not drink from it right away. Jen, who was usually the first person to laugh at anything that interrupted the drag of an office afternoon, looked straight at me and said, "Where did he tell you that?" Not, "What is that supposed to mean?" Not, "Hal says a lot of weird things." Not, "Don't listen to him." Just, "Where did he tell you that?" I remember giving a little shrug. Out by that drainage station west of Black Elk Ridge. Jen's expression didn't really change, but I saw something pass through it and go away. Wade cleared his throat and asked Ron whether the replacement batteries had come in for the Box Canyon units. It was such an abrupt redirect that for a second I thought I had missed part of the conversation. Ron still had not taken a sip of his coffee. Claire set the field log down on the counter and looked at me in a way I didn't understand at the time. Not alarmed, not sympathetic either. More like she was quickly deciding how much of a problem I might become. "He shouldn't be filling new people's heads with campfire crap," she said. Her tone was dry, almost annoyed, but not amused.
I laughed because the conversation clearly wanted a laugh somewhere in it, and because the alternative was admitting I had noticed the room go strange. "So, it is a thing," he says then. Ron finally drank from his cup. "Hal says all kinds of things." It should have reassured me. Instead, it didn't, because it was the wrong kind of answer. Ron was a man who usually spoke plainly enough to leave dents. If something was nonsense, he said it was nonsense. If something was a pain in the ass, he said that too.
But what he gave me then was an answer shaped like a closed door. Wade asked another question about radios. Jen started talking about mileage approvals. Claire picked her field log back up and flipped the page she had stopped on. The moment passed, in the technical sense, that everyone resumed doing what they had been doing before. But for the rest of that afternoon, I had the unpleasant sense that I had touched a live wire no one else could pretend not to feel. Nobody said Hal was wrong. That was the part that stayed with me. Later that week, after a long field day, I brought it up again in what should have been an easier setting. There was a place a few miles outside town where a lot of district staff ended up when they did not feel like going straight home. Calling it a bar makes it sound more atmospheric than it really was. It had televisions over the counter, local beer on tap, elk antlers mounted on the wall, burgers big enough to make people sluggish halfway through them, and that permanent fried smell that settles into your clothes, whether you stay 30 minutes or 3 hours. The booths were scarred with old initials. Somebody was usually playing pool badly in the back. The kind of place where no one expected privacy and everyone still managed to have it. I was there with a mixed group from the district after a 10-hour day. The field season had gotten busy enough that nobody had much energy left for performance. Boots under the table, sunburnt necks, dirt still along the hems of pants, people trading stories about bad roads and malfunctioning equipment, and the increasingly creative ways black bears kept getting into campground dumpsters. Hal was not there that night. If he had been, I doubt I would have said anything. Maybe that is its own kind of answer. The conversation drifted to strange things people had seen in the backcountry. Most of it was ordinary field stuff, exaggerated a little by beer and fatigue. A hiker who tried to fight off a moose with trekking poles. A tourist who swore a stump was watching him. Someone hearing a cow elk scream in rut season for the first time and thinking a person was being murdered in the woods. That kind of thing. So I said it again, lighter this time. "Hal gave me a new one," I said. "Apparently, if the whole forest goes quiet at once, you leave immediately because you've got 10 minutes. The woman across from me, I think it was Mara from Vegetation, though I'm not certain now, snorted and said, 'Don't be passing that crap around the first years.' She said it with a smile, but it was the kind of smile people wear when they would prefer not to be having the conversation at all. I expected somebody else to pile on, make it into a harmless joke, ask whether the 10 minutes were before a ghost attack or a bear court-mandated therapy session or whatever else. Instead, the table broke apart in small ways. Someone reached for fries. Someone turned to ask the server for another round. Someone at the far end started talking too loudly about a washout on a service road. The subject didn't die in front of me. It was removed. That was when curiosity got hold of me. Not fear yet. Curiosity sharpened by irritation. I told myself there had to be some practical origin to the thing. Maybe an old search and rescue heuristic. Maybe a rough field saying about atmospheric pressure changes before severe weather. Maybe the kind of verbal shorthand people invent after enough years outdoors, then forget to translate for everyone else. I could live with that explanation. In fact, I preferred it. because every other possible explanation was either childish or ugly. The next afternoon, I stayed late at the office after most of the field crews had gone out or gone home. The building felt different with fewer people in it. You could hear printers from rooms you usually never noticed. Doors closed with strange finality down empty hallways. A dispatch radio hissed from somewhere unseen. The fluorescent lights in the records room gave everything a colorless look, the kind of light that makes skin appear tired and paper look old even when it isn't. I had access to more than I probably should have for a seasonal employee, mostly because bureaucracies are porous in all the wrong places. Archived summaries, incident logs, some search and rescue coordination notes, wildlife mortality reports, internal memos that should have been better indexed than they were. I sat down at a terminal with a legal pad beside me and started searching combinations of words that I knew sounded ridiculous even as I typed them. Unexplained silence. Predator anomaly. Communication loss. Abandoned camps. Missing person animal predation. Unusual remains distribution. Acoustic failure field incident. The database returned exactly what you would expect from a system designed by people who believed naming conventions were a form of punishment. Hundreds of reports, most irrelevant. Backcountry injuries, weather exposure, falls, search delays, radio dead zones, confirmed bear attacks, one lightning fatality. Plenty of ordinary tragedy, which is the thing people who have never worked around wilderness misunderstand most often. You do not need anything supernatural for remote country to kill people. I went through report after report anyway. Most were dry to the point of cruelty. The language of institutions is often like that, especially when writing about bodies. Exposure, fall trauma, probable predation, scattered remains. The words flattened whatever they touched. A person could vanish into a sentence and come back out as administrative closure. I found nothing explicit, nothing that said the woods went quiet, or a voice was heard where no person stood, or something human-shaped was observed between trees. Nothing that would have satisfied the part of me still looking for the sensible answer. But there were patterns, and once I noticed them, I could not stop noticing them. Cases where remains were described as scattered farther than seemed convenient for the explanation provided. Cases where the first assumption was animal attack, but the notes included odd caveats in the margin. Distribution atypical, soft tissue removal inconsistent, scene disturbance difficult to interpret. A few communication summaries where search teams lost radio contact in specific drainages longer than mapping alone would have suggested. One incident where a fireline tech had left camp at night under unclear circumstances and was later found with fatal fall injuries below a slope that, according to the route map, he should never have been near at all. Individually, none of it meant much. Together, they produced a pressure in my mind I did not enjoy. It was not proof. It was worse than proof in some ways. Proof gives you a thing to argue with. This was only accumulation. A slow stacking of language broad enough to hide whatever did not fit beneath it. By the time I shut the terminal down, the building had gone nearly silent around me. Not forest silent, office silent. Ventilation hum, one printer clicking somewhere far off. The small electrical life of a place built to hold work after people leave it. I remember becoming suddenly aware of how late it was and how dark the windows had gone. My own reflection looked back at me, ghosted faintly over the black glass. I drove back to my rental in Bozeman with the radio on low and the windows cracked because the truck's AC had given up again. That apartment was the kind of place you rent when you think your real life will begin soon enough to excuse the temporary one. Second floor of an old divided house. Narrow kitchen. Beige carpet that had known better decades. A wall AC unit in the bedroom that hummed like it was annoyed to still be employed. If I stood in the parking lot and looked up, I could see the tips of cottonwoods beyond the neighboring building, and, farther off, the dark suggestion of the mountains holding their shape against the last of the light. Inside, everything felt ordinary in a way that should have comforted me, and didn't. The cheap AC rattled in its frame. I dumped my boots by the door with the laces loose so they could dry. The ice bucket from the motel I had stayed in earlier that week was still in the freezer because I had forgotten to throw it out. I turned on the TV for noise and let some mindless cable show wash the room blue while I microwaved leftovers and ate them standing over the sink. Every few minutes my eyes went to the window without any real reason. I told myself more than once that old field guys always invent rules. They do. They absolutely do. Do not whistle on a fire line. Never trust a horse with blue tack. If ravens follow you, weather's changing. If you smell cucumbers near water, watch for snakes. Entire jobs are built on people passing down half-practical, half-superstitious instructions until nobody remembers which half mattered first. That was the explanation I kept trying to lay over Hal's words, smoothing it down like a blanket over something with hard edges. It should have worked. I showered, sat on the end of the bed in a t-shirt and boxers. Let the TV keep talking to the room while the AC hummed and the boots by the door slowly dried. Outside, a car passed now and then on the street below. Somewhere in the building, plumbing knocked once behind the wall. It should have been enough to anchor me back in the normal world. Instead, I kept seeing Hal exactly as he had looked in the drainage. Fingers paused halfway through folding the wax paper. Powdered sugar caught in his mustache. Eyes not joking. The thing that bothered me most, I finally understood as I switched off the lamp and lay down, was not the rule itself. It was the reaction to it. If Hal had been the only one, I could have dismissed it. One older man with a strange warning and a taste for unexplained certainty. Fine. Every workplace has one. But Claire had not laughed. Ron had not called it bullshit. Jen had wanted to know where he told me that, not whether he had really said it. Mara had told me not to repeat it, which is not the same thing as saying it wasn't true. Lying there in the TV glow, with the AC humming and my damp boots by the door, I realized something that kept me awake longer than I wanted to admit. The experienced people had recognized the rule immediately, and none of them had denied it. Chapter 2. The Day Owen Ran. By the time I was sent into the burn scar, Hal's rule had already started doing what the worst ideas do. It had settled into me quietly and begun shaping the way I noticed things. Not enough to change my behavior in any dramatic way. Not yet. I still went where I was assigned. I still filled out my route sheets, loaded batteries into Pelican cases, checked my bear spray, and drove out before dawn with the same bad gas station coffee cooling beside me. But I had started listening differently. That was the first change. Every place I entered, I was aware of its sound before I was aware of almost anything else. Some part of me, half embarrassed by itself, had begun taking attendance. A few weeks after Hal said what he said, I got reassigned to a rough sector east of the district boundary, a stretch of recovering forest that had burned hard enough years earlier to still look wounded from a distance. The old wildfire had run hot through lodgepole and mixed timber, then skipped in strange patches depending on slope, wind, and fuel. On the map, the area looked ordinary enough. In person, it felt like a place something had tried to erase and only half finished. The assignment itself was simple. One remote acoustic station in, one out. Battery check, memory card swap, housing inspection, solar panel cleaning, microphone test. Long mileage, ugly footing, high heat by midday. The sort of route that became easier if you had someone with you, if only because another person cuts the monotony and gives the miles something to brake against. That was how I ended up with Owen Mercer. He was 24, maybe 25, on his second seasonal contract, and the kind of person you could understand almost immediately whether you liked him or not. He was good-looking, in a broad, healthy way that suggested he had never yet met a real consequence he could not charm or laugh through. Strong legs, quick grin, baseball cap always turned backward when he was off the road and forward when he was driving, as if field work and truck time required different versions of him. He talked too much, trusted devices more than intuition, and had the irritating confidence of somebody who had not spent enough time being wrong in dangerous places. But he was not stupid. That is important. It would be easier on my conscience if he had been stupid, or cruel, or the sort of man who made you want the woods to teach him humility. He wasn't. He was competent enough, just young in a louder way than I had ever been. He had a habit of joking at the exact moment seriousness would have served him better, mostly because he believed fear was something you out-talked. He made fun of grisly warnings, then checked the safety tab on his spray 3 times before every hike. He rolled his eyes at old field superstitions and carried 2 GPS units because satellites fail less often than people do. He liked arguing about calibers he did not own, boots he could not afford, and whether wolves were more predictable than human beings. He pronounced situational awareness like it was a phrase invented by weak men with soft jobs. I found him mildly annoying in a way that never fully hardened into dislike. Maybe because his noise made the miles feel shorter. Maybe because there is a comfort in having another body in the trees, even if that body is attached to a mouth that won't shut up. Wilderness is beautiful, but after enough hours alone, it can begin pressing against the edges of your mind in ways people who visit it recreationally do not understand. Owen, for all his talk, kept the emptiness from thickening too much. He gave the trail something human to push back against. We met at the truck yard before sunrise, loaded gear in the pale gray light, and drove out with the windows down because the AC in that unit had stopped pretending to work sometime the previous week. Owen talked most of the way there. About a woman he'd been seeing in Livingston who was definitely using him for his federal mileage reimbursement. About a friend in Idaho who swore he had seen a wolf-dog hybrid the size of a pony. About how every old guy in land management believed exactly one insane thing with his full chest and never changed his mind. Mercer in Fuels thinks ravens can smell roadkill before it happens, he said, steering one-handed over washboard gravel. Like, not after, before, like they know. Which honestly, if true, kind of rules. I took a sip of coffee and looked out at the country lifting into morning. That's not even in the top 10 weirdest things I've heard at District. Hit me. I thought of Hal without wanting to. No, Owen glanced over at me. Come on, you can't say that like that and then act mysterious. I'm not acting mysterious. You absolutely are. I'm choosing peace. He laughed. Old man Vickers get in your head already? The way he said it made something tighten faintly under my ribs, though I hid it well enough. What makes you say that? Because he did that thing to me last month where he stared into the trees for like 30 full seconds and then told me to quit humming on the trail. Wouldn't explain why. Owen shook his head and grinned. Guy's 90% field wisdom and 10% haunted farmhouse.
I looked out the windshield and said nothing.
The road ended at a trailhead that had once probably been better maintained, and now looked like the forest had begun taking it back by inches. The signboard was faded almost white on one side and spiderwebbed with old bullet impacts on the other. Somebody had carved initials into the wood railing years ago, and weather had softened them until they looked more like scars than letters. Beyond it, the trail dropped into the burn. Even in full morning light, burn scar country can feel wrong. Not dead exactly. Death implies stillness, completion, an end state. This was more like damage still being interpreted by the land. The first stretch passed through standing snags blackened almost to gloss, trunks rising in close ranks from slopes where the undergrowth had only partially returned. The ground underfoot was brittle with old branches, char flakes, and dry needlefall from younger trees trying to reclaim the space. In some places, the soil had split open around root systems, and you could still see ash caught underneath, pale and fine as old fireplace dust. In others, green had started forcing its way through the black. Fireweed, grasses, little stubborn shoots of lodgepole and aspen, coming back through soil that looked too scorched to support anything. The beauty of it was real, which somehow made it harder to trust. Sunlight hit the standing dead at angles that made them shine silver on one side and pitch black on the other. Heat built fast once the day got going, reflecting off deadfall and rock until the air itself seemed sharpened by it. The trail climbed through sections where every step snapped something, then dipped into pockets of surviving timber where shade held the cool a little longer, and the smell changed from dry charcoal and dust to sap, damp root, and earth. Once we crossed a wash where runoff had undercut half the path and exposed a black seam of old burn beneath the newer soil, like a wound reopened. Owen moved well enough through it, though not quietly. He talked uphill, downhill, through creek crossings, through water breaks, through every stop where I had to kneel and check coordinates or compare the GPS against the map. He cursed the flies, the slope, the heat coming off the rock. He complained that his radio signal kept dropping a bar, then lifted it to the sky like some higher angle might persuade the landscape to behave. "Bet you $10 this station's got squirrel damage again," he said around mile 4. It had squirrel damage in May. Exactly. Repeat offender. Not how squirrels work. Says you. He swatted at the cloud of flies around his ears and added, "I'm just saying, if one of these little bastards actually learns patterns, we're done as a species." I let him talk because the alternative was silence. And by then, silence had started to feel like a thing with edges. By the time we reached the drainage, the sun was high and mean. The station sat below a narrow slope where the burn had run hot enough to leave a stand of dark poles with almost no canopy, then dropped into a shallow throat of land where water still cut through stone and weeds had come back thick along the edges. Sound carried strangely there. I noticed it before Owen did. A raven's call from the far side arrived too clearly, as if nothing stood between us and it. The chatter of ground squirrels bounced off the slope and returned, flattened, hard to place. Even the creek seemed louder than its size justified, a quick, cold rush over stone that filled the bottom of the drainage like poured metal. We came down the last stretch and found the station where it should have been. Steel post still anchored, weather housing intact, panel dusty but functioning. Nothing dramatic. Nothing wrong that the eye could catch from 10 feet. "God bless federal engineering," Owen said, dropping his pack. "Ugly as sin, impossible to kill." He rolled his shoulders, wiped sweat off his forehead with the back of his wrist, and looked around with theatrical suspicion. "This is where they dump a body, though. You think that about every drainage. Only the nice ones."
I knelt beside the unit and started the checklist. Housing latch, seal, moisture indicator, cable integrity, solar panel connection, battery voltage, data card swap, diagnostic light. I worked automatically, the way field tasks become a kind of temporary religion if you do them often enough. Owen wandered a loose circle around the clearing, poking at old burn wood with his boot, checking bars on his radio, complaining about the flies that had found the sweat-dark line at the back of his shirt. The place was loud in that layered summer way I trusted then.
Cicadas rasped from the hotter slope above us, not constant but cycling, one patch starting up as another fell off. Flies worried at our packs and hands with high needling persistence. Somewhere in the rocks to the east, squirrels chirred warnings in bursts so regular they almost sounded mechanical. A raven made one of those low, throat-deep croaks from farther up the drainage, and from deeper in the standing timber came the dry, deliberate knocking of a woodpecker working dead wood for insects. Wind moved intermittently through the snag tops, producing a sound I have still never heard anywhere else. Not quite a hiss, not quite a whisper, more like 1,000 pieces of charred paper shifting against one another high overhead. The noise all fit together. That is what matters. It belonged. Even Owen's muttering belonged. The swipe of my sleeve against the metal housing, the click of the latch, the little electronic chirp when the unit accepted the new card. His voice somewhere behind me saying, "If a grizzly comes out of that timber, I'm faster than you uphill." And me answering automatically, "Not with that pack, you're not." He laughed. A fly landed on the back of my neck. The creek kept talking to itself over stone. Heat rose off the black soil in a smell like warm dust and old rain. Overhead, the sky was a blunt, merciless blue. I remember all of this because of what came next. Because when a place is that alive, you think you know what alive sounds like. You think you would notice if anything in it changed slowly. You think there would be warning. There wasn't. Chapter 2. The Day Owen Ran. I was on one knee beside the recording unit when it happened, one hand braced against the steel post and the other resting near the keyboard of the field laptop, balanced awkwardly on my thigh. The diagnostic window was open. File transfer in progress. Estimated time remaining, just under a minute. It was the kind of task that occupied only enough of the mind to let everything else drift in around it. The heat on the back of my neck, sweat gathering under the straps of my pack, the smell of hot metal and dust and sun-baked pitch coming off the burned slope around us. Owen was behind me, somewhere to the left, talking his way through another useless theory about the world. I do not remember the beginning of the joke, only the end of it. Something about how, if black bears ever learned to open battery housings, land management as a concept would collapse in less than a week. He was still half laughing at his own point when the drainage died. There is no better word for it. It did not quiet down. It did not gradually taper the way woods do when weather changes or a larger animal moves through. There was no sequence to it, no natural dimming, no slope from sound into silence. One moment the place was full, cicadas rasping up on the heated ridge, flies whining around our gear, squirrels chirring in the rock pockets, wind hissing faintly through the standing dead above us, a woodpecker knocking somewhere deeper in the burn, a raven giving one of its ugly, throat-deep calls from farther up the drainage. And the next moment, every living sound was gone. Gone so completely and so instantly that for one blind, stupid second, I thought I had lost my hearing. The laptop screen stayed lit. The transfer bar kept moving. The creek still ran over stone behind me with its quick metallic rush, and somewhere above the snag tops, wind continued to move, though stripped now of everything that ought to have been riding inside it. But the life of the place had been cut out all at once, as neatly as if someone had pulled one cable from the back of the world. I straightened too fast and hit my knuckles against the metal housing. The pain barely registered. I lifted one hand to the side of my head, actually touched my ear, like that might tell me something useful. Pressed my palm against it, pulled it away, heard the small drag of skin against skin far too clearly. My own breathing came in harsh and sudden, louder than it had any right to be. The fabric of my jacket sleeve rasped when I moved, and in that stillness, the sound was so intimate, so wrong, that it made my teeth hurt. Behind me, Owen stopped talking. It was the first thing he had done right since we reached the drainage. "You hear that?" he said. Even his voice came out wrong. Not because of the words themselves, but because there was no living noise beneath them to catch or soften them. His question seemed to go out into the space and hang there, untouched. I turned and looked at him. He was standing near his pack with one hand still half raised from swatting at flies that were no longer there. The joking expression had not disappeared all at once, but it had loosened. His mouth was still slightly open. His eyes had narrowed, not in fear yet, but in the early stage of confusion that comes right before the body decides whether to be embarrassed or afraid. I looked at my watch without meaning to. It was not a decision. My wrist was simply in front of my face, and there was the time. And with it, Hal's voice returned to me so clearly, it felt less like memory than repetition. "If the woods go completely silent, don't stand there thinking. You walk out. 10 minutes if you're lucky." I think I said Owen's name once before I found the rest of the sentence. "Pack it up," I told him. "We're leaving." He blinked. "What?" "Now." That got his attention, if only because of the tone. I was not a dramatic person in the field. I did not bark orders unless there was a reason. Owen stared at me a second, then looked around the drainage like he expected the explanation to be standing somewhere obvious and waiting to be pointed out. "What happened?" he asked.
"Bear? I don't know." "You don't know?" "No." "Then why are we—" "Because we're leaving." I heard how that sounded and hated it. Too flat, too immediate. The sort of urgency that produces resistance in exactly the wrong people. Owen gave a short laugh that failed halfway out of him. "Okay, hold on. Because it got quiet?" I had no answer I could give him that would not sound insane. What was I supposed to say? An older field tech told me if this exact impossible thing ever happened, we'd have 10 minutes before something I cannot name and do not understand reached us. That the room temperature memory of his powdered sugar mustache and unworried voice was now driving my behavior more completely than anything my degree had ever taught me. That every living thing around us had just reacted to something with such total agreement that only a fool would ask for more evidence. I did not say any of that.
I closed the laptop too fast, almost pinching the cable in the hinge. Yanked the data connector free from the port and started shoving equipment back into the case with clumsy hands. "Owen," I said, keeping my voice low, because low felt more controlled, even though there was no one there to overhear us. "I'm not arguing with you. Grab your stuff." The thing about fear, at least in the beginning, is that it makes every movement either too sharp or too stupid. He crouched and began packing, but not because he understood. Because whatever had entered my face by then was enough to unsettle him. Neither of us moved cleanly. He tried to zip the wrong pocket twice before realizing it. I dropped the spare battery pack and had to catch it against my knee before it rolled downhill. The cable I had coiled that morning with perfect care snagged on a buckle and spilled loose again. Owen swore under his breath. I heard every syllable, every scrape of nylon, every click of plastic hardware, as if my hearing had been sharpened instead of reassured. The creek kept running. That may have been the worst part. If everything had gone mute at once, maybe my mind could have filed the event under some impossible internal failure. But the water was still there, cold and indifferent, rattling past stone exactly as it had been doing all morning. Wind moved once through the upper snags and made their dry, skeletal whisper. Nothing else answered. No squirrel chatter, no insect whine, no raven, no woodpecker, no hidden rustle in brush, no casual movement of a living place around us. The drainage had not stopped existing. It had only been emptied. We got our packs on and started back toward the trail. Not running, not yet. That decision was instinctive, though whether it came from field training or something older and meaner in the body, I could not say. Running too early can turn uncertainty into panic, panic into injury. So we walked fast. Too fast to be called normal, not fast enough to admit to ourselves what we were really doing. I took the lead because I needed the motion. Owen stayed close behind, closer than he had at any point on the hike in. The trail was the same trail we had come down less than an hour earlier. Same black trunks, same pale strips of open sky between them, same brittle footing, same exposed seams of ash under the roots, same places where green shoots had pushed up through burned ground as if the land were trying to reseal itself. Nothing had changed in the visible world. That was what made it unbearable. It looked intact. It looked ordinary. But in the absence of sound, every shape began to feel staged. The snags on the slope above us looked less like trees now, and more like props someone had set upright and forgotten to animate. The bright glare off deadfall felt theatrical. The ground, with its mix of black soil and emerging grass, had the abandoned quality of a place waiting for the crew to come back after lunch. A set after everyone had stepped away. The world had not become alien, it had become emptied of witnesses. I kept expecting the first bird call to return and break the spell. It didn't. We climbed the first switchback out of the drainage, boots grinding into the brittle tread, and I became aware of something I could not prove but could not stop feeling. That whatever had changed the woods was not in front of us. It was above us. Not high in the sky, higher on the slope. Somewhere in the broken ranks of charred trunks looking down into the drainage we had just left. I did not see anything then, not yet, but the sensation of elevation settled into me with sick certainty. The way animals know where a cat is before they spot it. The way the body can recognize an angle of danger before the mind has enough evidence to defend the conclusion. I kept my eyes on the trail, because looking too long into the slope felt like inviting something. Behind me, Owen said, more quietly than I would have expected from him, "Seriously, man, what is this?" I did not slow. "Keep moving. That's not an answer. It's the one I've got." "You're acting like..." He cut himself off. For a second, I thought he had finally decided not to talk. Then I realized he had stopped moving. I turned. Owen was no longer looking at me. He was staring upslope through the black trunks on the left side of the trail, his mouth slightly open, his whole body gone still in that absolute involuntary way people freeze when the world presents them with something they have no context for. His face had changed. Not into panic. Panic is loud even before it speaks. This was the blank, shocked look that comes a fraction of a second before fear finds language. He raised one hand, not pointing exactly, more like bracing the air in front of him, and said very softly, "Who's that?" Chapter 2. The Day Owen Ran. I followed his line of sight and saw it almost immediately. It was standing upslope between two blackened trunks, maybe 60 feet off the trail, in a break with a burned timber thinned just enough for the eye to catch what did not belong there. My first thought was not of anything supernatural. It was too ordinary for that. Hurt hiker, maybe. Some drifter too deep in the wrong country. A poacher who had heard us coming and frozen up. The human mind will crawl over broken glass to reach a familiar explanation first. That instinct lasted only a second or two. The shape was roughly man-sized, yes, tall enough, narrow enough. It occupied space the way a person does. But the longer I looked at it, the more the details refused to stay assembled into a human being. It was too thin through the ribs, or else too drawn in at the waist.
The neck was a little too long, not grotesquely, just enough to make the head sit wrong above the shoulders. One shoulder hung lower than the other, as if the arm beneath it were either longer or attached at the wrong angle. It did not lean against a tree, or shift its balance, or protect its face from the sun. It just stood there, upright and unhidden, in a posture so still it made stillness itself look artificial. "What the hell?" Owen said softly. The thing's surface was what finally began to strip away the last of my denial. At that distance, I could not have told you exactly what I was looking at, only what it was not. It was not clothing. Wind touched the dead trunks around it and did nothing to it. It was not bare skin either, not in any way I recognized. The whole outline of it had a damp, dark quality, like something wet held in shade. And now and then the surface seemed to shift. Not movement of the body, but movement across the body. A faint, unsettled rippling, as though what covered it did not sit fixed over what was underneath. I remember thinking, absurdly, that it looked wrong the way oil on water looks wrong. Not because it has no shape, but because the shape never quite stays where your eyes expect it to. Owen took one step off the trail before I caught his sleeve. "Don't," I said. He pulled free automatically, not even hard, eyes still fixed upslope. "That's a person." I did not answer, because I no longer believed that, and because saying so out loud would have made the whole thing real in a way I could not bear yet. The shape tilted its head. I have replayed that motion more times than I could count, and it is still the part that wakes me fastest. Not because it was fast, it wasn't. It was slow and almost delicate, but something about the angle was wrong from the beginning. As though the neck did not arrive at the new position in the same smooth way a person's would. It seemed to find the angle in pieces. Owen raised his voice. "Hey!" The word went out and died in the empty air. No answer. He tried again, louder. "You okay up there?" Nothing. The thing did not wave, did not call back, did not stumble forward or retreat. It remained between the trunks, with its head canted and its body held in that impossible, patient stillness, as if the point of standing there had never been to be seen, but to wait for us to notice. A pressure began building at the base of my throat. Every nerve in me wanted to drag Owen backward down the trail and not stop until we hit the truck. But he was beside me, alive, human, needing a reason better than whatever horror my face had already given him. Then from deeper in the woods to our right, past the slope where the timber thickened into darker standing dead, a voice said, "This way." It was Owen's voice. Not similar, not close,
Not enough to make me wonder for a second whether I had misheard which direction he'd spoken from. It was Owen, exactly. His pitch, his cadence, even the faint, lazy roughness he had when he called uphill or raised his voice over distance. Owen was standing shoulder to shoulder with me when we heard it. I know that because I felt him jerk. His arm struck mine hard enough to make the buckle on his pack tap against my elbow. I saw his face turn toward me, and what had been confusion a second ago cracked open into something much uglier. He whispered, "Did you?" Before he could finish, the voice came again. Still his voice, farther left this time, deeper in the timber, urgent now. "Over here!" The sound did not echo naturally. That was one of the worst parts.
It did not have that flattened bounce voices get in trees when distance works on them. It sounded like someone standing unseen among the trunks, using Owen's own throat to call us in. Owen swore and spun toward it so violently he nearly lost his footing. "Who the fuck is that?" he shouted. The figure upslope did not move. I grabbed the shoulder strap of his pack this time with both hands. "Owen, no! Stay on the trail!" His whole body had changed under my grip. Not just afraid, offended, confused. Adrenaline searching desperately for an explanation it could attack. He yanked away from me and looked from the dark slope to the trees where his own voice had just called. "This isn't funny!" he yelled into the burn. Nothing answered for half a second. Then from farther left again, and lower now, as though circling down through the trunks toward the drainage we had just climbed out of, came his voice a third time. "Come on!" There was a thinness in it that had not been there before. Something eager. Something almost playful. Panic, when it finally takes a person, does not always look like screaming or freezing. Sometimes it looks like sudden, catastrophic commitment. Owen made a sound I can still hear in my sleep sometimes, half curse, half bark of disbelief, and lunged off the trail into the burned slope. I went after him one step and stopped. That is the truth. One step, maybe two. My boot slid on loose ash and bark, and in that instant I understood with a totality beyond thought that if I followed him into those trees, I would not come back out. "Owen!" I shouted. "Don't run!" But he was already crashing uphill through deadfall and black brush, moving far louder than any animal would. Loud enough that in an ordinary forest he would have seemed impossible to lose. Branches snapped. Charred limbs clattered downhill. I could hear him cursing as he went, hear his breath, hear his boots tearing through the brittle skin of the slope. Then came one last burst of movement to my left, much farther in, and one short yell. Not a scream, not even a full word, just a human sound cut off in the middle, as though whatever had been happening to his body had reached his lungs before his mind understood it. After that, there was nothing again. Nothing living. The creek below still ran. A loose snag somewhere high in the burn tapped once against another in the wind. But the world of animal sound remained gone, and Owen, who had made more noise in 20 minutes than most men make all day in the woods, had vanished into a quiet so complete it felt less like absence than consumption. I stood on the trail and tried, for a handful of seconds I have never been able to account for, to become two people at once. One part of me was already moving toward him in theory, already planning the angle uphill, already imagining following the broken branches, the fresh scuffs in ash, the obvious path of a man who had fled blind into burned timber. That part of me had a face I still want to believe was my own. The other part of me knew, not guessed, knew.
Knew that the thing upslope had not moved because it had never needed to. Knew that the voice in the trees had not been a prank, not another hiker, not some hallucination brought on by heat. Knew that the silence itself was not backdrop, but warning, and that whatever Hal had meant by 10 minutes had already begun to run down. I looked back up the slope. The figure was still there. If anything, that was worse than if it had vanished. It remained between the trunks in the exact place where we had first seen it. Head no longer tilted now, but turned toward me in a way that implied attention without requiring visible eyes. At that distance, its body was still only dark shape and shifting surface. But the longer I stared, the more certain I became that it had been waiting for this specific outcome. Not Owen running, maybe. Not the details, but the split, the separation, the choice. Something about the right side of it changed. It took me a second to realize an arm had moved, or something placed where an arm should be had lifted slightly away from the body. Not a wave, not a threat. More a small, deliberate extension toward the deeper timber where Owen had disappeared. A gesture that could have meant, there, or go on, or simply look. My body made the decision before the part of me that still wanted to be brave could interfere. I ran. Not off the trail, never off the trail. I ran down it hard enough that loose char and gravel kicked behind me. Hard enough that I nearly missed a switchback and caught myself on a blackened trunk that came away under my hand in a spray of soot. My pack slammed against my shoulders. Every breath came too loud. Twice I thought I heard movement above me in the burn, and each time I almost lost my footing trying not to look. I do not know how long it took me to reach the trailhead. The hike in had been hours. The return became fragments. Sun glaring off deadfall. My own pulse pounding in my ears. The burned country opening and closing around me in repeating black columns. Once, the hard chemical smell of old ash rising from a patch of disturbed ground as if something had just stepped through it. Once, the vivid, stupid sight of a green shoot pushing through black soil, alive and delicate and completely out of scale with what my mind believed was happening around it. The silence never broke. That is what convinced me, more than anything else, that I was still inside the same event and had not merely panicked my way into ordinary fear. If a rabbit had bolted, if a jay had screamed, if even one fly had drifted whining past my ear, the spell of it might have cracked enough for shame to take hold. But the woods stayed emptied all the way back. When I finally saw the trailhead through the trees, bright and flat in the noon light, I almost cried from relief. The white truck sat where we had left it, dust on the windshield, one tire half sunk in the rutted turnout. Human-made, stupidly ordinary, more beautiful to me in that moment than any mountain view I had ever admired. I hit the passenger door first by mistake, fumbled the handle, circled, got my own side open, threw myself in, and locked both doors before I had even fully pulled my legs inside. The cab smelled like hot vinyl, dust, stale coffee. I remember that because I pressed my forehead to the steering wheel for 1 second and let that smell tell me what world I was in. Then I sat up, snatched the radio, and tried Owen's unit first. Nothing. Tried again. Nothing. My hands shook so badly, I almost dropped the mic. I switched to district frequency and forced myself to speak clearly enough to be understood. Gave location. Gave unit number. Said my partner had run off trail after possible contact. Contact with what, I could not yet say. and was now missing. I heard my own voice sounding thin and procedural, like I was reading a report from inside someone else's emergency. The dispatcher came back after a beat too long, asking me to repeat the location. I did. Then I grabbed my phone, though I already knew service there was unreliable, and checked it anyway, with a desperation so childish it almost made me angry. One weak bar flickered in and out. No stable signal. I tried calling once. Failed. Tried again. Nothing. So I did what people always imagine is the passive choice, and do not understand is sometimes the hardest one available. I waited. Doors locked, engine off, windows up, eyes fixed on the cut of trail entering the black timber.
Every few seconds, I expected Owen to appear. Bloody, limping, humiliated, furious, but alive. That was the shape hope took then. Not rescue helicopters or quick explanations. Just Owen stumbling into the light with some story I would not believe and would not need to. I watched for movement so hard that my eyes began inventing it. A sway of shadow between trunks. A branch settling. Heat shimmer above the trail. Each time my chest tightened. Each time nothing came. I radioed again. I tried the phone again. I looked at my watch and hated myself for it. Minutes passed. Then more. The sunlight moved almost imperceptibly across the dash. Sweat cooled and dried in patches on my shirt. Outside, the trailhead remained brutally still. The kind of stillness that belongs to hot weather and open ground, and should have felt normal. But beyond it, where the dark mouth of the trail entered the burned timber, there was a density to the shade that would not let me believe the place was empty.
No Owen. No movement. No sound except wind occasionally crossing the turnout and ticking grit against the truck. By the time dispatch confirmed search response was being coordinated, I had repeated the details enough that they no longer sounded like language. Missing technician. Ran off trail. Last heard north slope above drainage. Possible injury. No contact. I never said the word voice. I never said there had been something standing between the trees. I told myself I would explain once somebody else got there. Once another set of eyes entered the place and found the normal cause hidden in it. Once Owen came out. He might still come out, I thought. He might still stumble out any second. That is what I held on to while I stared at the trail and the black tree line stared back. And even then, even inside the truck, with the locks down and the radio in my hand and the world of roads still theoretically connected to me, I could not shake the certainty that something had not left with Owen. Something remained just inside that timber, where the light failed between the burned trunks, listening to me wait. Chapter 3. What Search and Rescue Brought Back. That first night after Owen went missing is still harder for me to think about than the search itself. People assume the worst part of something like that is the moment when it happens. The running, the shouting, the instant you understand that whatever was only half theoretical a minute ago has turned into the thing dividing your life into before and after. That is one kind of horror. It is sharp and animal and immediate. But the night afterward is different. The night afterward is where the mind begins its filthy work. It takes every second apart. It puts them back together in new orders. It offers you better versions of yourself, and then shows you exactly where you failed to become them. I spent that night in district housing because nobody wanted me driving farther than necessary. And because there were forms to sign, statements to give, maps to mark, people to answer. By the time they were done, asking me where exactly I had last seen Owen, which direction he ran, whether I had seen a bear, whether I had heard him fall, whether I had any reason to think another person might have been in the area. The day had gone gray around the edges. Search planning was already underway for first light. Radios were being charged. Route overlays were being printed. Someone from the sheriff's office had shaken my hand with a professionalism so polished it seemed to expect trauma and dismiss it at the same time. I said what I could say. I did not say everything.
Even then, even with Owen gone and that silence still in my bones, I could not bring myself to tell the whole truth plainly, because the whole truth sounded insane while the words were still inside me. There had been a figure between the trees. Fine, that part I almost mentioned and then didn't. But the voice, his voice, coming from deeper in the burn while he stood beside me? The way the thing had lifted what looked like an arm after he ran, as though indicating where he had gone. The way the woods had emptied all at once before any of it began? No. I told them he heard something and ran uphill. I told them I heard him yell once and then lost contact. I told them the woods had gone strangely quiet just before that, which sounded bad enough on its own without adding the rest. No one pressed me on the quiet. That should have bothered me more than it did at the time.
The housing they put me in was one of those temporary field units that always smelled faintly of plywood, bleach, and old heat. Not quite a motel, not quite an apartment. A bed too narrow for the room. A dresser with one drawer that never sat flush. A television bolted to the wall. A small bathroom where the vent fan rattled like something trapped inside it. Outside, past the parking lot, the tree line stood in one black band against the last thin stripe of evening. I set my pack on the floor and just stood there for a while. The room was clean enough in the institutional sense. Fresh towel folded on the sink, small plastic-wrapped bar of soap, 2 paper cups in crinkled sleeves. The kind of order meant to reassure people who were only passing through. I should have been grateful for it. Instead, the cleanliness made me feel dirtier. There was ash on my pant cuffs, dust on my boots. A faint black smear across the heel of one hand I did not remember getting there. I sat on the bed and leaned forward with my elbows on my knees and tried, for the first of many times that night, to explain the day back to myself in a way that did not make me complicit in madness. Maybe it had been a prank gone wrong. That was my first serious attempt. A stupid one, but still serious. Somebody in the woods, maybe local kids, maybe some drifter or squatter living too far out to want witnesses. They had seen us at the station. One of them had mocked Owen's voice. Owen, already on edge from the silence and from my own panic, had run after them. Then he'd fallen, hit his head, broken something. Gone unconscious in the burn scar where visibility twisted and depth played tricks. That would explain the cut-off yell. It would explain why he didn't come back out. Except it didn't explain the voice sounding exactly like him while he was still beside me. Not approximately. Exactly. It did not explain the impossible placement of it, one direction and then another. And it did not explain the figure between the trunks, unless whoever had been there was willing to stand perfectly still through all of that, like some kind of patient animal waiting for us to misunderstand. Fine, I told myself. Then not a prank. A fugitive, maybe. Someone hiding out. Someone hurt or unwell. A poacher trying to draw us in. I had seen enough weird behavior in remote country to know that human being making a bad situation worse is often a more reliable explanation than anything supernatural. Human beings are inventive in their stupidities. Maybe that was all this was. A man in the woods with reasons to avoid law enforcement and a talent for mimicry. Owen ran. The man attacked him, then fled. That one lasted longer in my mind because I needed it to. I turned on the shower while I was still thinking it through. The pipes groaned. Water sputtered out rusty for the first few seconds, staining the tub with that old mineral color before it ran clear. I stood under it until the room filled with steam and the mirror vanished. Hot water should have helped. Instead, it only made the day feel closer to the surface of my skin. When I scrubbed at my hands, dirt kept appearing under my nails no matter how many times I worked soap into the cuticles. Thin black crescents. Ash, soil, old bark ground into the nail beds from grabbing at the burned slope when I ran. I cleaned them until the skin around them reddened. Still, when I held my hand up under the fluorescent bathroom light, I could see darkness caught there. The light in that bathroom was brutal. Too white, too direct. It flattened my face in the mirror and made the shadows beneath my eyes look bruised. Water ticked from the shower head long after I shut it off. I wrapped a towel around my waist and stood there staring at my own reflection the way people do when they are checking whether terror has made them look ridiculous. Maybe a bear, I thought next.
Not because I believed it strongly, but because it was the explanation every person in our line of work learns to reach for first when something in the backcountry stops making sense. Bears charge. Bears bluff charge. Bears can cover ground fast enough to turn certainty into regret in 1 second. If Owen had seen movement uphill and mistaken it for a person, if he'd run off trail and surprised a sow in cover, if his yell had been the yell of impact rather than whatever I had imagined. But then what about the voice? And what about the figure standing there before any of it happened? Not moving, not reacting, not behaving like anything alive under observation ought to behave. What about the head turning only after I had locked onto it? That detail kept coming back, not because it was the most dramatic, but because it was the least explainable.
If the thing had moved immediately, if it had stepped or flinched or vanished, I could have fed the memory back into some version of reality where I had simply seen a strange man at bad distance in bad terrain. But it hadn't. It had remained still until I noticed it fully. Then it had turned its head as if acknowledging a cue. I dried off, dressed, and sat on the edge of the bed while the AC unit clicked and hummed against the wall like an irritated insect. The TV was on, volume low, because I had discovered almost at once that I did not want the room quiet. Some local news anchor talked about weather and road construction and a fundraising breakfast for volunteer firefighters. Their voice meant nothing to me. What mattered was that it existed and kept existing and prevented the room from becoming too available to thought. I replayed the sequence again. The station, the silence, my watch, Owen's resistance, the slope, the figure. This way. Always that point, the place where reality split and never closed properly again. Could Owen have hit his head earlier on the hike? Could I have? Dehydration does strange things in heat. Stress can produce auditory distortion. People under pressure fill in patterns that are not there. Maybe the voice had only sounded like his because my brain, already primed by Hal's stupid rule, grabbed the nearest recognizable template and forced the sound into it. Maybe there had been no figure at all, only a burned snag shaped badly in the noon glare. Maybe Owen had not yelled in fear, but in anger, after twisting an ankle or plunging through deadfall. Maybe daylight, search teams, radios, and enough ordinary people moving through the same ground tomorrow would strip the day back down to its mundane parts. That became the lie I leaned on. Daylight search will solve it. I said it to myself while I toweled my hair dry, while I picked at the skin around one thumbnail,
While I turned the volume on the TV up 2 notches because the room felt too thin around me. Search teams will find him, alive, embarrassed, dehydrated, maybe hurt, maybe concussed, but alive. There will be an explanation, and once the explanation is found, today will shrink into one of those ugly field stories people tell with too much intensity for a while, and then less each year after. Outside, somewhere near the vending machines by the parking lot, the ice machine dumped a load of fresh cubes with a hollow metallic crash. I flinched so hard I stood up without meaning to. My heart hammered for a good 10 seconds before reason caught up. Just the ice machine. Just the building going on being a building. I stood there in the blue TV light, feeling stupid and raw, listening to the AC hum and the muffled sounds of pipes in the wall, and someone crossing the lot outside with footsteps too ordinary to bear. Later, when I tried to sleep, every noise in the room acquired weight. The bathroom vent gave a dry, intermittent rattle. The mini fridge clicked on and off. Somewhere down the hall, a door shut softly enough that it might as well have happened inside my head. I lay on my back with the sheet twisted around one leg and watched the cheap light from the television pulse against the ceiling. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw the slope again, the black trunks, the shape between them, that slow, wrong tilt of the head. Not surprised to be seen, only answering it. I got up twice to wash my hands again because I kept imagining there was still ash beneath my nails. There wasn't, or not enough to matter. But the habit of scrubbing became briefly irresistible, as if the body could be convinced it had done something useful if it repeated a task hard enough. Sometime after midnight, I switched off the TV and regretted it immediately. The room became too still. The kind of stillness every indoor place reaches eventually, and that I had never before thought anything of. I turned the TV back on before the screen had even cooled from black. That was the first night I understood that fear could migrate, not stay where it happened, not live politely in memory until summoned. Migrate. From the burn scar to the room. From the trees to the wiring in the wall. From a voice in the woods to the sound of ice falling into a metal bin outside a cheap field unit. It learned the shape of ordinary life faster than I did. Still, before sleep finally took me in broken, shallow stretches, I held on to the same thought like a man pressing both hands against a door he knows won't hold. Morning would make everything smaller. Morning would bring search teams, tracks, blood, evidence, some clean chain of cause and effect. Morning would prove that what had happened in the woods was terrible, yes, but still part of the world I understood. That was what I told myself as I lay there under fluorescent spill from the bathroom, listening to the old AC hum through the wall. What I never admitted, not even then, was that some part of me already knew daylight was only going to show us where the horror had stood. Chapter 3. What search and rescue brought back. They assembled the search faster than I expected and slower than I wanted, which is probably true of every search once you are the person waiting on it. By first light, the district lot was already filling with trucks from agencies that usually only shared space when someone had gotten badly hurt or the weather was trying to kill a lot of people at once. County deputies, search and rescue volunteers,
Forest Service personnel pulled from routes that suddenly no longer mattered. A pair of wildlife officers. 2 men from the sheriff's office in clean boots that would not stay clean for long. Radios crackled from open driver's side doors. People stood over hoods with maps flattened under gloved hands. Somebody was checking frequencies against a scribbled channel list. Somebody else was handing out spare batteries and flagging tape from the back of a truck bed. The whole scene had that clipped, practical energy institutional people get when emotion would only slow down the task in front of them. It was cold in that thin morning way the mountains can still be cold even after a hot day is coming. Breath showed faintly. Coffee steamed from paper cups. Headlights remained on longer than necessary because no one wanted to be the first to switch fully into daylight. I was there, but not fully in it. That is the best way I can explain my position. I was not a spectator exactly. I was the reporting witness, the last person to see Owen alive, the one who had to point at maps and mark the drainage, the slope, the place where he went off trail, the approximate line of his movement through the burn. But I was also contaminated in a way nobody said aloud. Too involved, too shaken, too close to the event to be trusted as one of the people solving it. They did not sideline me cruelly. They sidelined me professionally, which somehow felt worse. A deputy with a neat mustache asked me the same questions I had already answered the night before, this time in a tone designed to fix the answers in paperwork. ASAR coordinator had me walk him through my sequence again while he wrote in a weatherproof notebook. One of the district supervisors kept touching my shoulder like he had been advised in a training to do that with people who might be in shock. I gave them what I could. Not everything. Still not everything. They loaded into vehicles, drove as far as the road would take them, then hiked in by teams. I went with one of the later groups because I knew the route, and because there was no clean way to tell me to stay behind without making my absence seem suspicious. The hike back into the burn scar felt shorter than the day before, which was its own form of violence. Every landmark had been altered by what I now knew had happened there. The bullet-pocked trail sign. The wash where the roots still held old ash beneath them. The stand of black trunks near the first ridge. Nothing looked supernatural in morning light. That would have been easier. Everything looked ordinary enough to be cruel. This time, there were voices on the trail. Boot steps, radio checks, the scrape of gear. People spreading out according to procedure. That helped more than I wanted to admit. The forest sounded wrong to me in a different way with so many humans moving through it. But at least it sounded inhabited. The first search teams reached the drainage ahead of us. By the time I came in, there were already bright flecks of survey tape tied along the route, marking places where sign had been found or movement had split. A deputy stepped aside to let me pass, and immediately wished he hadn't when he saw where my eyes went. The first thing they recovered was Owen's handheld radio. It lay half hidden in black grass and loose bark, about 40 yards uphill from where he had left the trail. Not smashed flat exactly, but bent in a way that suggested force applied from the wrong angle. The antenna had been snapped short. The casing was scuffed down one side, and there was dirt ground into the speaker grill. A search volunteer was photographing it beside a numbered marker, while another knelt nearby and wrote down coordinates. A little farther on, they found a strip of synthetic shirt fabric caught on a branch. Bright enough in that country to look obscene. I knew the color immediately, because I had seen Owen wearing it the day before, damp with sweat down the back. The strip was long and narrow, and torn rather than cut. One edge feathered where the weave had failed under strain. There was no body with it, no pack. Just that strip, moving slightly in the morning air. Then somebody called out from uphill, in the flat tone searchers use when they have found something small and bad. 3 teeth in moss. I saw them before I understood what I was looking at. They were so white against the green that my brain tried for half a second to make them pebbles, bits of bone, something animal and ordinary. They sat close together in the damp moss beneath a burned snag, one slightly larger than the other two, roots darkened where tissue had recently been attached. A deputy crouched over them with nitrile gloves on, and the blue of the gloves is one of those details I wish my mind had not kept. Everything after that came in fragments. People moving in widening arcs, radios cracking with location updates. Someone from wildlife support explaining bear sign to a sheriff's deputy who already looked like he had decided what he wanted the answer to be.
Blood on bark higher up than a simple fall should have put it.
Fine dark spatter misted across one side of a trunk at roughly chest height, too dispersed to be a single impact, and too high off the slope to comfort anybody paying attention. A boot print that might have been Owen's, then a slide mark, then ground disturbed in ways harder to interpret cleanly because the burn scar had left everything brittle and ready to break under pressure. What I noticed, and what no one seemed interested in lingering over, was the drag pattern, or rather, the fact that it wasn't one. In a normal predation scene, even a messy one, movement through soil and debris tells a kind of story. Weight travels. Resistance leaves marks. If a bear drags a carcass, if a lion caches one, if scavengers work at it over time, you still get a logic to the disturbance. There are starts and smears and arcs that belong to something heavy being pulled by something stronger. This had sections of that. Then it didn't. There were places where vegetation had been flattened in a line for several yards, bark scraped, ash disturbed, and then suddenly the line would stop, as if the weight had been lifted clear of the ground. A few feet farther on, it would begin again at a slightly different angle. Not impossible, not technically. Terrain can complicate sign. Multiple scavengers can complicate it more. But standing there in the cold morning light, with the smell of churned earth and old burn in my nose, all I could think was that whatever had moved Owen uphill had not needed to move him the same way the whole time. I heard one of the deputies say, "Could have rolled." A SAR volunteer answered, "Maybe," but nobody sounded convinced. They kept widening the search pocket, working uphill toward a shallow stone shelf where the slope folded back into itself and formed a little basin of broken rock, deadfall, and blackened grass. A radio crackled somewhere to my right. Another answered from below. The metallic smell in the air thickened before I knew why. Blood, yes, but not only fresh blood. Wet stone, too. Something cold and mineral under the iron. Then one of the teams found the remains. There was no shout, just a call for the supervisor. Then a tightening of movement around one point on the slope, the way bodies gather without deciding to. I saw people stop looking broadly and start looking carefully. Gloves went on. A deputy lifted one hand in my direction and said, "Stay there a second." That was, naturally, the moment I moved closer. Not close enough to interfere, just close enough to understand before anyone could stop me what they had found tucked into a rock pocket where runoff and debris might once have hidden it better. A shallow depression under a lip of stone. The kind of place an animal might cache something, yes. Or the kind of place a person might crawl if he had been hurt and still able to think. Owen had not crawled there. The first thing I registered was the position of the spine, because the human eye resists it. Even ruined, even under partial obstruction, you know where a back ought to be. His was wrong. Bent in a shape the body does not survive and does not arrive at accidentally without terrible help. His lower half was angled beneath him, while the torso had been forced sideways against the rock pocket, as though whatever had put him there had prioritized fitting over anatomy. His jaw was gone. Not the whole head. That would have been easier to process in a terrible, abstract way. But the lower jaw missing changed the face into something both familiar and impossible, and the eye does not know where to rest on that. The mouth area was an absence, slicked dark. The chest had been opened, not neatly, not surgically, but thoroughly enough that the ribs showed in places they should never show. One arm lay trapped beneath the body.
The other had been pulled across him at an angle that did not read as collapse.
The hand was turned inward toward the sternum, fingers flexed in a half-curled position that looked less like death than placement. That was bad enough. Then I saw his other hand. It had been arranged across his middle, wrist bent in a way I knew could not have happened without breaking it. Fingertips resting against torn fabric as though somebody had tried to make him appear folded, controlled, quiet. That, more than the open chest or the ruined face, cut through me. Predators feed. Gravity distorts. But hands placed wrong carry intention. I think I made some noise then. Not loud, just enough that one of the deputies looked over sharply. And then I saw the thing in his mouth, or what remained of the mouth and throat. Something pale and fibrous had been packed into it. At first I thought it was foam from tissue damage, then roots, then fur. My mind ran through 3 or 4 possibilities in less than a second, because it did not want the truth of any of them. There was wet hair caught there, dark and coarse, something bone white deeper in the opening. Something that did not belong inside a man and had been forced in anyway. A gloved hand came across my line of sight. Step back. I didn't move. Sir, step back now. The second time had steel in it. Someone else reached for my shoulder and guided rather than shoved me down slope 2 or 3 paces. I let them. My knees had gone weak enough that resistance would have humiliated both of us. Around the rock pocket, the official language had already started to gather, even before the scene had been fully worked. Probable bear, scavenger distribution, trauma consistent with wildlife interaction, need to document before extraction.
It happened in low voices, half to communicate and have to begin taming what lay in front of them into something paperwork could survive.
I understood the function of it. I still do. Nobody doing recovery work can stand over damage like that and keep saying, "I don't know what this is," without eventually breaking. So they choose the nearest language with enough room inside it. They build a frame first and fit the evidence as best they can. But standing there, with the metallic smell of blood and wet stone in the air, listening to radios crackle and gloves snap over wrists, while Owen's body sat broken in that pocket of rock, I knew the frame was too small before they finished building it. A bear could kill you. Of course it could. A bear could tear you open. A scavenger field could scatter parts and confuse pattern. I knew all that. We all did. But bears did not call you by your own voice, from 2 directions at once.
And I had seen, with my own eyes, something standing still between the charred trunks above the trail before Owen ever ran uphill to die. That knowledge settled into me there, cold and permanent, while the search teams photographed, measured, bagged evidence, and made the scene legible enough for reports. They had found Owen, but nothing about finding him had made the woods more understandable. Chapter 3. What Search and Rescue Brought Back. In the official version of events, Owen died the same way people often die in remote country. Fast, badly, and at the hands of something nature could plausibly be blamed for. That was the shape the story took almost immediately. It did not even require a conspiracy, which is one of the ugliest things I have learned about institutions. People imagine cover-ups as smoky back rooms and deliberate lies. Most of the time, they are only gravity, a set of explanations with enough weight behind them that everything uncertain gets pulled into orbit, whether it belongs there or not. Probable bear, secondary scavenging, terrain complication, delayed visual confirmation due to the burn scar and the rock pocket. That was the framework. Once it existed, every conversation began trying to settle inside it. For 2 days after the recovery, I moved through the district building in a state that I am sure looked to everyone else like shock, and to me felt more like being only partially attached to my own life. I sat through a follow-up interview with the sheriff's office. I signed amended incident statements. I answered practical questions about route notes, weather, equipment condition, Owen's prior behavior in the field, whether he had seemed distressed before the event. I gave all the same answers, only flatter each time. No, he had not seemed distressed before. No, we had not seen any fresh bear sign on the hike in. Yes, he had left the trail quickly. No, I had not physically followed him into the burn. That one always changed the room just slightly. Not because anyone could honestly say I should have. Most of the people asking had enough wilderness experience to know better. But because every person in those conversations was measuring, silently, what counted as reasonable survival and what might one day feel like cowardice when it wore your own face in memory. The district supervisor, to his credit, did not use that word or any of its cousins. He asked whether I wanted administrative leave. He asked whether I had somewhere to stay that did not feel too isolated. He asked whether I had eaten. These were decent questions from a decent man who had spent too many years translating field trauma into paperwork. I answered them all in ways designed to end the conversation quickly. Then, because I was no longer sleeping enough to make good decisions, and because the mind in shock develops a perverse appetite for injury, I started looking into the case more than I should have. Some of it came from overheard fragments. A coroner's assistant talking too quietly outside an office they thought was empty. A deputy mentioning evidence bag numbers to a wildlife officer near the loading bay. A search volunteer saying, with the unhappy certainty of someone who has seen too many bad recoveries, that the mouth packing was the weirdest damn part. Some of it came from partial notes left too briefly on shared desks, incident summaries not yet filed properly, metadata on image folders I was not supposed to open and did anyway because the version of me still governed by ordinary judgment had already begun slipping its hold. And some of it came from the photographs. I should not have looked at those. I know that in the same clean way, I know not to touch a stove burner after seeing it glow red. But there are certain forms of terror that create their own compulsion. If the world refuses to make sense, part of you starts believing that one more detail might force it to. One more angle. One more report. One more close look at the thing you already know will damage you. The first fact I learned was that what had been packed into Owen's mouth and throat was not random debris caught during the attack. It had been placed there. The evidence log described it in language dry enough to be insulting. Foreign organic material recovered from oral cavity. But the unpacked version was worse. Wet deer hair, clotted dark with blood. Small bird bones, several of them fragile enough that they had splintered under handling. And one human finger bone that did not match Owen by size, age of tissue loss, or weathering. I stared at that line long enough that the words stopped behaving like language. A human finger bone that did not belong to him. I read it twice, then again. Then I checked the case number to make sure I had not drifted into some other report without noticing. No, it was Owen. The room around me stayed exactly as it was. The hum of old fluorescent lights, printer heat, distant footsteps in the corridor, the odor of paper and dust and coffee gone stale in a mug someone had forgotten near a terminal. But something in my mind shifted a fraction farther away from the world where all of this could still be an ugly accident in wild country. Later that same afternoon, I found more. Search teams, while processing the slope and the area around the rock pocket, had also recovered older material nearby. Not much. Not enough for the case to officially widen into anything politically inconvenient, but enough to force a person with eyes to notice pattern. A few sun-bleached phalanges from farther upslope, weathered to a dryness that said they had not belonged to Owen and had not been deposited recently. A partial jaw fragment much older than the rest of the scene, discolored and embedded with dirt in a way that suggested time, exposure, and repeated wetting and drying. And cloth, small, stubborn pieces of it, caught down in the root system of a burned stump, fused into the earth and charcoal there, as if something had decayed around it long before anyone came looking for Owen. None of this was impossible on its own. That is how these things hide. A fragment here, a fragment there. Wilderness moves bones. Fire exposes old things. Flood pulls them down slope. Animals carry and leave what they do not need. Every individual piece had an explanation available if you wanted one badly enough. No one wanted to officially connect them. That was clear from the way the findings were discussed, which is to say, not discussed. The older material was logged as unrelated historical remains pending determination. The cloth was nuisance evidence. The finger bone became a problem for later sorting, not the center of the present horror. Nobody said aloud what rose immediately in my head the moment I saw all of it together. This had happened here before. Not necessarily to Owen in that exact pocket, not necessarily in that same season, or to people anyone still remembered by name. But the slope had memory. The root system had held on to something. The place where they found him had not been new to death. When you begin seeing pattern in bad evidence, you become dangerous to yourself. I stopped doing my actual work almost completely. I drifted through the office and yard like someone waiting to be told his real life had been postponed. At night, I went back to the housing unit and tried not to think. During the day, I told myself I was only checking details to be responsible, to clarify my own report, to help if questions came up later. In truth, I was hunting the shape of something I had already started to fear. One of the admin staff finally told me, gently and then less gently, to take a few days off. "Go home," she said. "Don't come back in here unless someone calls you." It was not punitive. It was mercy, or the administrative version of mercy. I remember nodding like the suggestion made sense and then standing there an extra second because I had no actual idea what to do with myself if I stopped moving through the district building. Before I left, I made one more mistake. There was an older employee still around that week, Ron Mercer, the former fireline tech. He was in the equipment bay alone, sorting straps and inventorying replacement batteries with the kind of deliberate attention older field men bring to tasks they would rather have than conversation. The bay door was up halfway. Sunlight cut across the concrete floor in a white slab and caught the dust hanging in the air. Everything smelled like rubber, old smoke, oil, and hot metal. I stood there for a second too long before he looked up.
"You need something?" he asked. I should have said no. Instead, I said, "Hal ever tell you about the silence?" Ron's expression did not change much. That was almost more unsettling than if it had. He set the battery pack down in the crate he was filling and wiped his hand once on the thigh of his work pants. "What are you asking me exactly?" "You know exactly." He looked at me for another second, then toward the open bay and the lot beyond it, as if checking whether anyone else was close enough to overhear. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. "If Hal gave you a rule," he said, "you follow it." That wasn't enough. Not after what I had seen. Not after Owen. "What taught it to him?" I asked.
His whole face changed then. Not dramatically, but with the hard inward closing of a man whose patience has just found its edge. "You don't go asking that," he said. I should have stopped. I heard Owen's voice in the trees while he was standing next to me. Ron looked at me so steadily, I had the sudden, sickening impression that if I kept talking, he might actually hit me. Not out of anger, but to stop something from crossing into speech. "You keep that to yourself," he said. "Did it happen before?" He took one step toward me. Not threatening. Worse than threatening. Resolved. "You follow the rule," he said again. "You don't go asking what taught it to him." That was the end of the conversation. Not because I agreed, not because my curiosity was satisfied, but because I recognized in that exact moment that I had pushed past the point where another human being was willing to stand with me verbally in the thing I had seen. Ron was not dismissing me. That was what made his reaction terrible. Dismissal would have been a gift. It would have meant the world still contained room for my experience to be wrong. What he gave me instead was refusal. A refusal shaped like fear and discipline and old knowledge. I left the equipment bay with the strong, humiliating sensation of having asked a question that was itself unsafe. Back in the housing unit that evening, I made the second mistake and opened the photographs again. I told myself I wanted to confirm details for my own memory. Really, I wanted to know whether the placement I thought I had seen in Owen's body was only the mind imposing intention on wreckage. I wanted proof I was overreading. That is another nasty thing fear does. It makes you beg for smaller horrors. The images were worse on a screen than they had been on the slope. Distance in a real scene still protects you a little. Depth, weather, peripheral confusion, the fact that your body is busy staying upright and warm. All of that blunts some portion of what the eye takes in. Photographs remove mercy. They freeze. They flatten. They let the mind crawl over each detail until pattern either emerges or takes you with it. I zoomed in on Owen's torso, the opened chest, the ruined face, the matter packed into the mouth. Then lower. And there it was. The arms were not accidental. One trapped under him could maybe be explained by collapse, by gravity, by the geometry of the rock pocket. But the other, pulled across his body, wrist bent inward, fingers set against the torn fabric in a way that looked almost posed, refused every explanation I offered it. It was not feeding damage, not tumble, not scavenger aftermath. It looked arranged. Worse, it looked arranged with the rough, imitative intention of something trying to make a body resemble rest. I stared at that image until my eyes blurred. Then I shut the laptop and sat in the blue TV glow without hearing the television at all. Two truths settled into me there, and once they did, they never really left. The first was simple and cruel.
Owen died because he ran toward the voice. The second was colder. Whatever killed him had done something like this before. Chapter 4. The Thing by the Basin. After Owen died, I did what frightened people always do first. I tried to rearrange my life just enough to avoid ever feeling that way again without admitting to anyone important what I was actually trying to avoid. I did not go into my supervisor's office and say there was something in the burn scar that could call a man in his own voice. I did not say the forest had emptied itself around us like a theater after a fire alarm. I did not say I had seen a figure that stood too still and turned its head only after I really noticed it. If I had said any of that, the best possible outcome would have been concern.
The more likely one would have been paperwork, evaluation, and the kind of professional caution that follows you much longer than sympathy does. So I said what a person in my position could say. I said I was having trouble sleeping after the incident. That was true. I said I did not think I was ready for another high-risk route immediately. Also true. I asked whether I could be put on shorter day assignments for a while. Camera checks closer to roads. Equipment maintenance at district. Data sorting. Anything that kept me employed and outside the part of the map where the woods could close over you without witnesses. My supervisor listened. She was not unkind. She had the exhausted patience of someone who had already spent too many years translating bad backcountry outcomes into schedules, incident follow-ups, and practical compromises. She told me they would do what they could. She told me nobody expected me to bounce back overnight. She told me taking a few weeks on lighter assignments might be possible, depending on coverage. The phrase, "depending on coverage," became the hinge my life swung on that summer. Coverage was bad already. Seasonal staffing was thin. Permanent staff were stretched over too much country. A couple of routes had gone delayed because of vehicle problems, one because of a washout, one because another tech had rolled an ankle and still insisted on coming in until someone physically sent him home. In a healthy district, maybe I could have disappeared into office work for a month and no one would have complained much. But this was not a healthy district. This was federal land management in the real world, where there are always fewer people than the land requires, and every absence enlarges everybody else's risk. So for a little while, I was given what I had asked for in pieces rather than in principle. Short routes, day assignments, out and back work, trailheads close enough to roads that the thought of a locked vehicle never felt very far away. I took them gratefully and hated the gratitude because it made me feel diminished. Before Owen, I had wanted the hardest routes because hard routes meant trust. After Owen, I measured each assignment by how quickly I could retreat from it if the sound changed. I did not tell anybody that either. If you watched me during those weeks, you might only have thought I was tired, maybe jumpier than before, more inclined to check my watch, less talkative around the other field crews. The kinds of changes that pass easily for ordinary stress if a workplace has enough of it, and ours did. But privately, I knew something fundamental had shifted. I listened too much. That is not a poetic way of putting it. It is the most literal one I have. Every trailhead, every drainage, every timber edge, every ridge crossing, I entered them through sound first now. Before my eyes adjusted to shape or scale, some raw part of me took inventory. Birdsong, insects, water, wind in leaves or needles, squirrel chatter, raven calls, distant wood knocks. Even the little meaningless movement noises no one notices until they stop. I had started measuring places against the possibility of their absence.
And because fear is never satisfied with one concession, I had also started timing things. How long from truck to tree line? How long from station to trail? How long uphill if I had to move fast? How long before dark if weather turned? How long until my radio signal dropped? 10 minutes had done that to me. A single sentence from Hal had become a private metronome under everything else. By the time the first overnight route landed back on my assignment sheet, I had already spent days dreading it in theory. The paper itself was ordinary. Station numbers, coordinates, notes on access, estimated mileage.
One line in the middle indicating a remote multi-day service run in an alpine basin near timberline. Too far in for an efficient day trip and too exposed to be wise as a rushed one. It required an overnight, whether I liked it or not. Maybe two, depending on weather and pace. I stared at the sheet long enough for one of the office staff to ask if I needed something reprinted. What I needed was a different life. Better staffing. Less debt. A permanent position somewhere flatter and safer. The kind of future in which declining an assignment did not threaten your health insurance, your references, and your chance of ever moving beyond seasonal work. What I had instead was a rent payment coming due, a body still young enough to be exploited by institutions, and the hard understanding that saying no too forcefully at the wrong moment can change the story other people tell about you. So I accepted the route. Even then, I lied to myself about what that acceptance meant. I told myself alpine basins were different, more open, better visibility, cleaner sound. If something felt wrong, I would know earlier. I told myself one bad place did not make all places bad. I told myself Owen had run and I would not. I told myself I was prepared now in a way I had not been then, as though knowledge acquired in terror arrives with any real authority. Mostly, I told myself that people go back to work after terrible things all the time, and that adulthood is, in large part, the discipline of continuing anyway. The night before I left, I did not sleep. I lay in my rental in Bozeman, listening to the AC unit click on and off, watching shadows from passing cars move across the ceiling, feeling my body perform exhaustion without surrendering to it. Every time I drifted toward sleep, something in me tightened and woke me again. By 2 a.m, I gave up, got out of bed, and started laying gear on the floor in the order I would pack it. Tent, stakes, rainfly, sleeping bag, pad, stove, fuel, water filter, backup filter, headlamp, backup headlamp, first aid kit, satellite messenger, battery packs, spare memory cards, cables in labeled zip bags, printed maps even though I had digital ones, compass even though I trusted GPS more than compasses, knife, matches, bear spray. I checked the bear spray twice, then a third time, though I told myself the third was only because I had lost track of whether the second check had been complete. Safety tab secure. Expiration okay. Canister full. Holster strap functional. I set extra batteries aside and then added 2 more because the thought of anything electronic failing after dark had become intolerable. I synced the satellite messenger, watched it find signal, watched it confirm, watched it again even after I knew the first confirmation had gone through. I charged my phone to 100%, though I knew service would vanish long before the basin. I repacked the same side pocket 3 times because I could not remember what I had put there 2 minutes earlier. By dawn, I had not slept at all, and the world outside the apartment window had gone that pale, temporary color Bozeman gets before full sun.
I drank coffee too fast, tasted almost none of it, and drove out with the queasy clarity only sleeplessness produces. The route began in lower timber and rose through a long sequence of transitions I would once have found beautiful without reservation. At first, there were the denser woods, cool and shaded, the trail braided with roots and patched with old needles. Then the gradual climb into thinner stands where the wind moved more freely and the ground opened out into rockier stretches. Then switchbacks cutting across slopes where the trees began to shorten and lean, shaped by years of weather into versions of themselves that looked permanently braced. Above that, timberline approaching, not as a hard border, but as a dwindling argument. Fewer trees, smaller ones. More stone, more sky. The basin itself did not appear all at once. It revealed itself the way mountain country often does, by withholding scale until you were already inside it. One moment I was coming through a notch between ridges. The next, the land opened, and there it was below me. A high bowl of stone shelves, sparse alpine grass, patches of lingering snow in shadowed cracks, and a dark, cold lake set near the center like a piece of polished metal dropped into rock. It was beautiful in a way that felt almost insulting. There were clusters of subalpine fir near the lower edge of the basin, wind-cut and dense, their branches all bent subtly in one direction from seasons of pressure. Beyond them, the ground ran out in flat gray shelves and broken talus where little grew except stubborn grass and scattered flowers too small to matter from a distance. The sky above it all was huge, in that mountain way that makes a person feel both elevated and exposed. The blue, so hard and complete, it looked like something solid stretched thin over the world. A breeze moved across the lake and put a cold skin over the water, without really breaking its dark surface. The air smelled different there than in the lower country. Cleaner, thinner, edged with stone and meltwater. Every sound carried farther. My own boots on rock. The little mechanical clicks of my trekking poles. A distant raven, if that was what it was, sounding much farther away than it would have below. I stood at the edge of the basin longer than I should have, pack weight biting into my shoulders, and tried not to let the place intimidate me. Nothing was wrong. I need to say that plainly, because memory, when haunted, tends to tint everything it touches. But nothing was wrong when I entered that basin. The weather was clear. The route was stable.
The station sat where the map said it should, mounted beyond the far side near a cluster of rock and scrub.
There were ordinary signs of ordinary life if I made myself register them. Tiny tracks near the wet edges of a drainage channel. A hawk circling on a thermal high enough to seem almost nailed to the sky. Insects worrying the lee side of the fir clusters where the wind broke. Once, the quick dart of something small moving between stones. Still, I noticed myself scanning more than I moved. Not sightseeing. Checking. The tree clusters first, because sparse cover bothers me more now than deep timber. Sparse cover can hide a body badly enough to be worse. Then the rock shelves. Then the shoreline. Then the ridges. Then back to the route behind me. Then my watch. I timed the walk from the notch to the likely campsite without deciding to. Timed the distance from camp to the station. Timed, privately, what it might take to reach the trail again in low light or bad weather, or panic.
When I realized I was doing it, I got angry with myself, which did nothing except add anger to the fear and let them travel together.
By mid-afternoon, I had serviced the station and chosen a campsite near the basin's lower edge, where the fir clusters offered just enough shelter from the wind to make a tent worth pitching. Not deep inside the trees. I could not have tolerated that. but near them, where I had some break from weather and some line of sight out over the open ground. I set the tent on a patch of flattened turf between stones, drove the stakes deeper than I needed to, and organized camp with an attention almost superstitious in its neatness. Pack under the vestibule, boots placed side by side, food bags sealed and hung away from the sleeping area, though there were hardly any proper branches to use. Water filtered, stove checked, headlamp placed exactly where my hand would find it in the dark.
Satellite messenger clipped where it could not be buried by accident beneath fabric or gear. Once camp was in place, the basin did what dangerous places sometimes do best. It relaxed. The light softened toward evening. The temperature dropped to something clean and manageable. Wind moved in longer, gentler passes over the lake. The fir branches around camp gave off that sharp mountain smell that reads almost medicinal after a hot climb. Shadows lengthened from the stone shelves until the whole basin took on more depth than it had at midday. Looking across it then, you could almost believe the place had been arranged for restoration rather than fear. I heated water, ate standing up, and watched the sky go through the usual mountain sequence. Hard blue to washed gold, then to that colder, bruised kind of light that sits on rock just before sunset commits to leaving. A few birds moved at the basin's edge, small against all that openness. Something chirred once from the talus. The lake darkened and held the last of the sky longer than the land did. Evening felt normal. Not safe, exactly. I no longer trusted the word safe in the wilderness the way I once had. But normal, in a way that invited shame for the size of the fear I had brought with me. Nothing called in a human voice. Nothing stood too still among the firs. Nothing in the soundscape faltered. The place was spare but alive. A high country basin doing what a high country basin does when the weather is good and a man is alone inside it. That was the most dangerous piece of all. Because by the time I crawled into the tent and listened to the low, repetitive sounds of the lake and the wind outside, a small, hopeful part of me had started whispering what I most wanted to hear. Maybe the burn scar had been the place. Maybe Owen had been the event. Maybe whatever happened there had stayed there. I let myself believe that, just enough to fall asleep. And that, more than anything else, is why what came later felt like betrayal. Chapter 4. The Thing by the Basin. I woke the way people wake when some part of the body has already understood danger before the mind catches up. Hard, immediate, with the heart already moving too fast. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The inside of the tent was black, except for the faintest suggestion of moonlight along the seams and the pale geometry of the mesh panel near my boots. My sleeping bag had twisted around one leg. The air inside the tent felt colder than it had when I fell asleep, thin and dry, and carrying that high country chill that settles fast once the sun is gone. I lay still, waiting for orientation to return. Then I heard the sound again, and memory snapped into place around it. Something was outside the tent. Not at the flap, not brushing the fabric, not the investigative snuffling of a bear or the light nervous movement of a deer nosing at camp. I knew those sounds. Every field season teaches you a catalog of night noises, whether you want it or not. Small claws on stone, hooves shifting, muzzle against nylon. The soft testing sounds animals make when they are deciding whether your camp contains food or threat, or nothing worth the trouble. This was none of that. It was a dragging noise, slow and damp, as if something heavy were being pulled across short, wet grass.
Not steadily, in little starts, then pauses, then another ugly pull. There was a grain to it I could feel in my teeth, a sound like soaked canvas or fresh hide sliding over ground. I did not move. The sound came again, closer now, or maybe only clearer in the stillness. Drag, pause, then a small series of internal pops, delicate in the way knuckles are delicate, except deeper and wronger. Cartilage, I thought immediately, and hated myself for thinking it, because once the mind names a sound, it becomes harder to survive hearing it. 3 quick pops, then a wet pull, like skin peeling slowly away from adhesive, or a soaked shirt being worked off an injured body. I lay on my back in the sleeping bag and listened to a thing outside my tent rearrange itself. That sentence is easy to write now in the safety of hindsight. It was not easy to know then. Then, the mind fought for every ordinary explanation it could drag into the dark. Maybe an injured elk. Maybe a deer caught in deadfall and twisting free. Maybe a bear with something half-eaten in its jaws. Maybe 2 animals working at one another in a way I had never happened to hear before. The wilderness always has more sounds in it than a single person can catalog. That was what I told myself. That was what I wanted to believe as I stared into the dark ceiling of the tent and tried to keep my breathing shallow enough not to make noise. The breathing outside was worse than the dragging. Not loud, not dramatic, but heavy in a fluid way that made my own lungs seem suddenly too dry.
Each inhale seemed to catch on something wet deep in a throat, then come through anyway with a slow, effortful thickness. Not labored exactly, more anatomical than that, like listening to a bellows lined with meat. It drew breath, it let it out. Somewhere between those 2 sounds came another series of small internal adjustments. A brittle crack, a deeper grind, a soft, collapsing noise that made me picture pressure finding the wrong structure and forcing it inward. I have thought often since then about why I didn't run immediately. The easiest explanation is that fear pinned me. That is true, but not complete. Another part of it was this. I had no evidence yet that moving would improve anything. In a tent, at 2 a.m, alone in a basin miles from the trailhead, there are not many plans available to you even under ordinary circumstances. Open the zipper and step out into darkness with a headlamp? Stay still and hope whatever is outside loses interest? Make noise and announce your exact position? Every option has a shape to its failure. So I stayed motionless and listened and let my mind keep working, badly and against its own interest. Could it be one of the fir branches dragging in the wind? No. The wind was too light and the rhythm was too organic. Could it be something dying? Maybe. But dying things do not sound deliberate. This did. I realized dimly that my hand had already found the flashlight beside my sleeping pad, though I had no memory of reaching for it. I held it without turning it on. My fingers were slick against the casing. I could hear the nylon of the sleeping bag whisper faintly each time my chest moved. Then, as abruptly as the sounds had begun, they stopped. I waited for relief and got something worse. Silence. Not the thin, ordinary quiet of alpine night, where water still laps and insects still work, and some tiny movement always continues in the dark. Not even the held pause that comes when a larger animal enters a feeding area and everything smaller waits to see what will happen. This was the full thing. Total. The lake went mute.
The small, churring life in the rocks vanished. Even the little tactile noises of wind in fir needles thinned away until the dark around my tent seemed to have been emptied by hand. I lifted my wrist by fractions and pressed the button on my watch. 2:13 a.m. The green digits burned there for a second and then dimmed, but they had already done what they needed to do. Hal's voice arrived in me again, exactly preserved. If the woods go completely silent, don't stand there thinking. You walk out. 10 minutes if you're lucky. Only I was not standing in a drainage under noon sun this time.
I was zipped into a nylon shelter in a moonlit basin, with whatever had made those sounds somewhere just beyond the mesh. I turned my head toward the tent door so slowly that the motion felt less like moving than unfolding. The mesh panel looked out over the lower basin. There was enough moonlight to see shapes: pale stone shelves, the dark lay of the lake, the low, jagged line of fir clusters beyond camp. High country moonlight is not generous, but it is often cruelly sufficient. It gives you edges. It gives you forms. It gives you just enough world for fear to populate. At first I saw nothing. Then my eyes adjusted a little more, and something resolved itself near the edge of the open ground, about 30 yards from the tent. It was crouching. Even now I hesitate over the word, because crouching implies a posture arrived at naturally by a body built for it. This was more like a human outline, forced into a position a human skeleton should have rejected long before reaching. It sat low in the moonlight, one limb or arm braced against the ground, the back arched too high and too sharply, as if the spine had more points in it than it ought to. The head was lowered, the limbs folded under and around it in ways I could not parse cleanly, not because the light was too poor, but because the geometry was wrong from the beginning. Its surface shone faintly, not reflective, not glossy like wet plastic, more the dull, unhealthy sheen of something damp that should have been dry. And across that surface there moved slow waves, subtle contractions traveling under what might have been skin and might not. Not muscle exactly, not fabric either. It looked like the thing was being worked on from the inside by motions too gradual to count as struggle and too constant to count as stillness. I stared at it for several seconds before I understood that I was looking at bones moving beneath the outer layer. Not clearly enough to map each one, but clearly enough. In the shoulder region, where no shoulder blade should have been visible from that angle, there came a brief, hard shift that pressed outward and slid away. Along the rib line, or where the rib line ought to be, there was a narrow sequence of flexing ridges that advanced and receded like fingers testing the inside of a glove. I forgot to breathe. That may sound literary, it wasn't. My body simply stopped the process for a second or two, because the act of drawing air felt suddenly loud enough to be fatal. I lay there with the flashlight trapped in one hand inside the sleeping bag and watched the thing in the basin continue whatever internal work it had been doing before I woke. Then it began to change. The first movement that registered as change rather than mere wrongness happened in the shoulders. They drew inward abruptly with a wet, compacting shift, not collapsing all at once, but folding toward the center in stages, as though joints were being relocated without the courtesy of disassembly. A small sequence of knocks followed from inside the torso, muted but distinct. Then the upper back rose higher, the arch becoming more severe, while the neck lengthened, or seemed to lengthen, as the skull tipped and corrected. I remember thinking, with total sincerity and total uselessness, no animal does this. The rib line narrowed, then widened again. not through breathing, through structural adjustment. I could see the side of the torso pull inward, hold, and then ease back under a new shape that did not look more stable than the one before it. The outer surface twitched in places, as if whatever governed the thing's form had not fully committed to one design and was revising on the fly. The head lifted a little more. The skull changed next. I could not see a human face on it. There was no merciful recognition there. No stable arrangement of mouth and brow and eye sockets. What I saw instead was the profile lengthening and shortening in alternating efforts. The front of the head pushing outward, then retracting, then flattening in a way that made the whole silhouette briefly resemble something canine before it slipped away again into something taller and less coherent. There was a thick, wet sound during this part, not unlike a hand pressed hard across a mouth trying to force something back inside. The limbs followed. One forelimb, or arm, or whatever term best insults the body by applying to it, unfolded from beneath the torso, reached too far, then buckled as an extra angle appeared where no elbow should have been. The lower portion lengthened, or the upper shortened, and for one nausea-inducing instant, the hand at the end of it looked almost right. 5 narrow structures, something like a wrist.
Then the fingers, or claws, or softened remnants of one becoming the other, curled inward, and the proportions failed again. The limb drew back under the body with that same badly learned care, like an actor testing a movement from the wrong species. The back shuddered. A line of protrusions rippled up it, one after another, each pressing briefly at the damp surface before dropping back into place. Vertebrae was the word my education supplied. Too many of them, some colder part of me added. All the while, the thing kept making those small internal sounds. Pops, wet tensions, sliding pressures, cartilage snapping and reseating. Not random pain, process. It was trying to settle and failing. That, more than the visible deformation, was what made the whole sequence unbearable. If it had transformed once, cleanly, from one finished shape into another, my mind could maybe have called it impossible and been done. But what I saw instead was hesitation, oscillation. The body entering one configuration, rejecting it, and searching for another. At one point, the rib cage compressed so sharply, I thought the whole torso would buckle inward for good. Instead, it held, expanded differently, and left the thing lower to the ground than before. Then the neck shortened, then lengthened again. Then the head turned just enough for moonlight to strike where an eye should have been, and there was only smooth, damp contour there, no feature I could trust. I could not move. This is the kind of paralysis people misunderstand because they imagine it as a dramatic freezing, some all-or-nothing failure of courage. What it felt like from inside was more technical. Every possible motion presented itself along with the exact noise it would make. Unzip tent, nylon rasp, shift sleeping bag, fabric whisper, raise flashlight, plastic click, draw breath too sharply, heard. Every path out of stillness looked loud enough to get me noticed by a thing I had not yet proven had noticed me.
So I lay there and became, for those minutes, almost entirely a pair of eyes and a pulse. I have no good estimate for how long it lasted. Maybe a minute, maybe 5. Terror changes time by removing all standard units and replacing them with sequence. First the shoulders, then the ribs, then the skull, then the arm, then the back. Then the pause when it seemed almost finished, and then wasn't. Eventually the sounds slowed. The waves under the surface diminished. The visible bone shifts became smaller, more occasional, as if whatever internal argument had been taking place was reaching either resolution or exhaustion. The thing remained crouched for another few seconds, head lowered again, body shining faintly in the moonlight with that awful suggestion of moisture and heat. Then it rose, not smoothly, not on the first try. It pushed up on one limb, tilted too far, corrected, and then unfolded the rest of its height in a sequence that reminded me horribly of a fawn learning its legs. Except there was nothing juvenile or innocent in it. It looked like something approximating standing by memory rather than by design. The joints reached angles too wide, then snapped subtly back. The torso overcorrected and nearly pitched forward. The head came up last. For one frozen instant, I thought it was going to turn toward my tent. Instead, it rotated away and began moving toward the fir clusters at the lower edge of the basin. That movement is still the most unnatural gait I have ever seen. Not because it was fast. It wasn't. Not because it limped exactly, though several steps seemed to arrive with different priorities and different limbs. It was unnatural because it looked rehearsed, like watching something attempt to pass as a land animal after studying them from a distance. The stride lengths changed too much. One leg lifted high, the next barely cleared the ground. The shoulders rolled in separate rhythm from the hips. At one point it seemed about to drop to all fours and then thought better of it. It crossed the moonlit strip of open ground in that broken, badly learned way and passed behind the first fir cluster. Then it was gone. No dramatic rush, no attack at the tent, no final reveal. Just absence. I lay staring at the empty place it had occupied until my eyes hurt. The silence held around the basin like pressure. My watch, when I finally dared to look again, had advanced farther than I wanted to see. Hal's rule moved through my head with each pulse beat. 10 minutes. Get clear. But I still did not move. Not then, not right away. Because I knew, with a clarity that felt older than thought, that getting out of the tent would mean stepping into the same moonlight that had just shown me a body learning and unlearning itself 30 yards away. And after what I had seen, the open basin no longer looked open. It looked staged for visibility. The kind of place where anything watching you from the edge would never need to hurry. So I stayed in the tent, in the dark, with the flashlight clenched in one hand and the taste of fear dry in my mouth, while somewhere beyond the firs, something that could not keep one shape for long enough had gone briefly out of sight. Chapter 4. The Thing by the Basin. I stayed awake until the dark began thinning at the edges of the basin, and by then I no longer cared whether leaving too early made practical sense. There is a point in fear after which caution and panic begin to look almost identical from the outside. If someone had watched me that morning, they might have said I behaved methodically. I did not thrash. I did not run screaming into the dark. I waited for the first suggestion of dawn, for enough gray in the sky that the ridgeline separated itself from the rest of the world. I listened for some return of ordinary life, and got only fragments of it. One faint movement in the rocks, a tiny breeze moving through the firs, the lake making a sound again so small it was more memory than proof. Then I opened the tent and started packing with the stiff, contained speed of a man who knows he is leaving some part of his good judgment on the ground behind him. I did not break camp properly. That may seem like a small detail, but it still bothers me in a way only fieldwork can teach. People who spend enough time outdoors develop rituals around departure, because forgotten things become expensive, dangerous, embarrassing, or all three. You leave no food. You police the site. You break down what you set up. You do not abandon gear unless your body has finally overruled your principles. That morning, my body won. I stuffed the sleeping bag into its sack without letting it loft and dry. I crammed the stove in cold and uncleaned. I left one tent stake in the ground because it had jammed between stones, and my hand started shaking too badly when I tried to wrench it free. I almost forgot the satellite messenger and had to duck back inside the tent for it, which sent such a cold pulse through me that I nearly threw the whole tent over and walked away from the rest. In the end, I left the water bag half full, one cheap titanium spoon in the grass, and a length of cord I must have stepped over twice without seeing. None of those things mattered. At the time, they felt like admissions of failure. The light was still weak when I shouldered the pack and left the basin. The lake lay flat and dark behind me, reflecting a sky just beginning to color at the edges. Frost silvered some of the shorter grass where the wind had spared it.
The fir clusters stood black and close at the lower end, exactly where they had stood the night before. And I refused to look at them for longer than was necessary to avoid blundering into one. All of the basin's beauty had remained intact. That was its own obscenity. Stone shelves, meltwater scent, hard early light touching the upper ridge first. Nothing in the place announced that something had crouched in the moonlight and rebuilt its own body 30 yards from my tent. I hit the trail fast. Not running. Not yet. The same lie I had told myself in the burn scar returned automatically. As long as I stay on my feet and on the route, I'm making decisions, not surrendering to fear. But my pace was much harder than it should have been at that altitude with a full pack. I could feel the sleepless night in my legs almost immediately. The muscles around my knees had gone stiff from tension in the tent. My lower back ached from lying so long without moving. Every shallow breath felt edged, as if the cold air itself were trying to sharpen me from the inside. The trail dropped first through open stone and sparse grass, then angled into the spruce belt below timberline, where the world narrowed and darkened by degrees. That transition would have been beautiful to me once. The first real trees after exposed alpine always had a particular relief to them. The richer smell of needles and damp earth, the softening of wind, the sense of scale returning after all that sky. But that morning, the spruce belt felt less like shelter than like a place where vision could be taken from you in measured pieces. The trunks stood closer there. Light came through in bands and patches. Fallen branches held the night cold longer, and the ground beneath them was dark with old rot and needles, springy in some places and treacherous in others. The trail itself narrowed where roots crossed it, and widened again through little openings where deadfall had been cut back. Ordinary sounds were returning. That should have comforted me, and some part of me recognized that it ought to. A squirrel somewhere ahead, a distant bird call from lower down, the tiny dry crackle of insects stirring in sun-warmed patches, my own boots pushing grit and damp needles aside. But everything came to me now with the strained significance of recovered evidence. Not life simply being alive. Proof that the silence had ended. Proof that whatever window Hal had described had closed and left me, at least for the moment, still inside the category of the living. That thought should have steadied me. Instead, it gave rise to a worse one. If the silence had ended, then whatever had moved through the basin in the night had not stayed fixed in the place where I last saw it. I tried not to pursue that.
I watched my footing.
I counted breaths between trail markers only I knew. I checked behind me twice in the first half hour, then got angry with myself for doing it and refused to check again. I told myself, over and over, that reaching the truck would reduce the story. The truck, the road, the world of radios and fuel receipts and gravel and coffee would cut the night back down to something survivable. Then I came around a bend in the trail and saw the deer. It stood maybe 20 yards ahead of me in a shallow stretch where the trail widened just enough to pass around a patch of brush and a rock the size of an old cooler. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about it. Mule deer doe, good-sized, healthy-looking body, brown-gray coat, white throat patch, black nose. The kind of animal you see often enough in Western country that your attention usually only snags on it for a moment before moving on.
It was facing away from me down trail, angled slightly to the side, as if it had heard my approach and paused before deciding whether to spring into the brush. I actually felt relief. Not because I liked seeing it particularly, but because deer are ordinary. Deer belong. Deer in trail corridors at dawn are the kind of detail a sane life is made of. For the first half second I looked at it, I thought with something close to gratitude. Good. Good. Something normal. Then I understood why my body had stopped moving before my mind had. The body faced away from me. The head did not. It had been turned all the way around on the neck, not cocked back over one shoulder in the way deer can glance behind them, but rotated completely, grotesquely, so that the muzzle pointed at me from above the line of the spine, while the ears lay wrong against the neck and the throat patch twisted in on itself where no throat should have faced.
The rotation was so complete that it took my brain a moment to even parse the image into body parts rather than violation.
The chin sat above the shoulder blades. The nose pointed down trail toward me. The eyes, both of them, were visible from an angle no deer skeleton could produce and continue wearing life. I stood motionless in the trail and stared. The hide around the neck had not adapted to the turn. Fur bunched and pulled in uneven ridges where the structure beneath it had been forced through an impossible arc. One side of the neck bulged in a hard knot where the vertebrae should have refused the movement and had not. The skin at the throat looked overdrawn, tightened almost to tearing in one place and folded loosely in another, like fabric twisted too many times in one direction. And it was breathing. That was the detail that made every other explanation rot in my hands. The ribs expanded, fell, expanded again.
A small cloud of condensation pushed from the nostrils in the cold morning air.
The chest moved with the calm mechanical rhythm of something alive, even while the rest of the animal insisted on a structure life could not occupy. Its eyes fixed on me. They were too wet. That is not precise language, but it is the best I have. Deer eyes reflect light strangely at dawn anyway, but these did not hold the soft animal darkness I expected. The irises were darker, rounder than they should have been, lacking the flat prey animal width I was used to seeing. The moisture across them made them shine like human eyes after crying too hard. Slick, swollen-looking, over-articulate in the face. And they tracked me in a way that felt not merely attentive, but evaluative. As if the body standing there in deer proportions was using vision according to some other set of habits beneath the hide. I did not know then whether the thing had been waiting on the trail for me specifically. I still do not know.
What I know is that it did not startle, did not bolt, did not stamp or bound off into the brush the way every sane mule deer I had ever encountered on a trail eventually would. It simply remained there with its body facing one direction and its head impossibly turned to the other, looking at me as though it had expected this exact distance and angle between us.
Then its mouth opened. Not wide at first, a small parting of the lips, enough to show the dark line inside. But the movement itself was wrong because the mouth worked too actively, too deliberately, the lips shaping and reshaping rather than simply parting. A deer's mouth is built for tearing brows, chewing, breath, alarm, not articulation, not the precise soft tissue choreography of syllables. This mouth was trying. The lower jaw, God help me, the lower jaw did not move like a deer's. It shifted with subtle lateral uncertainty, then dropped too far. The lips pulled back.
The tongue flicked forward once, in a motion that looked searching rather than reflexive. Something came out of it then. Not a call, not a snort, not the explosive warning sound I might have expected in any sane world. It was a wet, mangled sequence of sound, rising and falling with the rhythm of speech while never becoming speech. There was cadence in it, failed emphasis, the ruin of words. My skin went cold so fast it felt like being submerged. The mouth worked again. Another attempt. This time lower and rougher, almost catching somewhere in the throat before dragging free. The sound had the awful intimacy of vocal cords meeting the wrong anatomy, like a person trying to speak through an instrument built for another species. That was when the understanding came, not cleanly, but with enough force to override all the softer lies I had been nursing since the night in the tent. This was not a deer learning to imitate a person. That would have been less horrifying somehow. At least it would have preserved categories. What stood in the trail felt like the opposite. It felt like something trying to assemble a person from the inside of animal form and failing to hide the human logic underneath. Deer proportions pulled over a template that did not belong in them. A body built around the wrong idea of intelligence. The thing in the basin had not transformed into a deer in the simple sense I had feared. It had only reached deer imperfectly. The eyes kept following me. The mouth opened a third time. I did not wait to hear what shape of failed language came out next. I stepped off the trail so fast I nearly went down immediately. My right boot slid on wet needles beneath the brush, hit hidden stone, and rolled hard enough to send pain up the outside of my ankle in a white streak. I caught myself on one hand against a spruce trunk, felt bark and old sap grind into my palm, and shoved forward into the undergrowth without looking back. Branches whipped across my face. One clipped my cheek hard enough to make my eye water. The pack snagged once, yanked me off balance, then tore free with a sound that made me think for one insane second something had grabbed it from behind. I did not turn. That was the whole of my courage then, not looking back. I cut downhill through brush and deadfall parallel to the trail for what was probably less than a minute and felt much longer, every nerve waiting for the impact of pursuit that never came. My ankle burned. My breath rasped too loud in the cold air. Needles and twigs caught in my sleeves. Once I went to one knee and nearly pitched fully into a tangle of branches, got up again, and kept moving because stopping felt worse than pain. When I finally angled back toward the trail, I did it carefully and only after listening hard enough to hear ordinary sounds still moving in the woods around me. A bird called somewhere lower down. Insects had started up where the sun was reaching open patches. The small, rightful life of morning continued. I reached the trail again and kept going without lifting my eyes toward where the deer had stood. Whether it was gone by then or watching me from 5 feet off the path, I could not have said, because I denied myself the knowledge.
Some forms of ignorance are survival. The truck appeared through the trees just after the first true edge of sunrise touched the upper road cut. I almost broke down at the sight of it. Dust on the windshield, government plates, a crushed fast food wrapper someone had missed near the turnout. Nothing holy in any of it except the fact of the human world still existing. I unlocked the door with hands clumsy enough that I had to try twice, got inside, locked it again immediately, and sat there with my forehead against the steering wheel while my whole body tried to decide whether it had outrun anything or merely changed rooms.
Only after a full minute did I force myself upright and look back at the trail. Nothing stood there. No deer, no human figure, no motion in the tree line beyond the ordinary shifting of branches in a light wind. And that should have helped. Instead, it made the entire morning worse, because absence no longer reassured me the way it once had. Absence only meant the thing had left before I could fix it in one shape, long enough to name it. I started the truck and drove without turning on the radio. The road wound down through timber and burn and open stretches of slope, and all the while the understanding settled deeper into me. Not dramatic now, but permanent. I was no longer unsure. Hal's rule was real. The silence was real. And whatever moved behind that rule could change. But the coldest thing I learned on that trail was not that it could imitate animals. It was that it could not always do them correctly. Chapter 5. Why I should have told Marissa everything. Marissa Hale came into the district at the tail end of August, when the season had already started tipping toward that tired, brittle stretch where everyone looks sunburned, overworked, and a little meaner than they mean to. Late season hires were rarely ideal. By then, most of the good routes had already developed problems, equipment had started failing in batches, and every permanent employee was carrying 3 kinds of fatigue at once: field fatigue, paperwork fatigue, and the deeper fatigue of knowing winter would close some doors before you had done half of what needed doing. New people arriving that late usually came in with one of 2 energies. Either they were overeager in a way that made them dangerous, or they were cautious to the point of uselessness because they could feel everyone around them silently resenting the need to train them at all. Marissa was neither. She showed up on a Monday morning in a faded blue overshirt, sun-darkened forearms, and boots already scuffed enough that nobody had to ask whether she had actually spent time outside before. She carried one duffel, a hard case with field gear stickers half peeled off the side, and the kind of expression I had learned to trust more than easy charm. Alert, practical, not performing. Her hair was pulled back badly, like she'd tied it up in the truck without a mirror. She looked around once, took in the building, the vehicles, the people moving in and out with clipboards and radios and coffee cups, and did not try to make herself seem more impressed or less impressed than she was. Someone in admin introduced her as the emergency seasonal fill we'd been waiting on. Marissa Hale, 27. Colorado originally, though she had bounced around enough that originally didn't seem to mean much to her anymore. Some wilderness rescue experience, some fisheries survey work, a season assisting on trail crews. Comfortable with altitude, weather, and long mileage. No federal ego yet, which made her instantly more likable than half the people I had trained over the years. When I shook her hand, her grip was firm without trying to prove anything. "Guess you drew the short straw," she said, glancing toward me after being told I'd be walking her through equipment and routes. I almost laughed. "Depends who you ask." "That bad?" "I've had worse assignments." "Not exactly a glowing endorsement." "It'll feel warmer after your 3rd broken radio and first 10-mile mud day."
She smiled at that. Not brightly, not flirtatiously, just with the relieved amusement of someone who preferred sarcasm to orientation manual cheerfulness. That was the first thing I liked about her. The second was how quickly she understood the difference between confidence and noise.
She was mountain capable in the way experienced people often are. Not dramatic, not mystical, not always telling you she was comfortable outdoors because her body had already settled into the rhythms that made the claim unnecessary. She loaded packs sensibly, adjusted straps without fuss, drank water before she got thirsty, read terrain as terrain, not scenery. On the first day, I took her out to a short route with 2 accessible stations and a creek crossing that liked to surprise people after noon snowmelt. I pointed out the line I usually used on the stones, and by the time I had finished explaining why the darker rock was slicker, she had already picked the right crossing on her own. "Sorry," she said when she noticed me watching. "Former bad decisions." That one was a good decision. I've had those too, just fewer. It was a small exchange, but it told me what I needed to know. She didn't need to prove she knew things. That made teaching her easier and liking her almost immediate. For the first week or so, the routes stayed short and mostly ordinary. Day work, accessible stations, a malfunctioning solar panel at one site, rodent-chewed cable housing at another, battery swap, data pull, notes, mileage, truck back by late afternoon. The kind of assignments that create familiarity faster than drama. It was during those small workdays that I started seeing how fully intact her relationship to the wilderness still was. That is the best way I can put it. Intact. She moved through forests and drainages the way I used to before Hal's rule took root in me, before Owen, before the basin. She noticed beauty before risk. Not because she was careless. She wasn't. She carried spray correctly, checked footing, paid attention. But the first layer of meaning the world offered her was still wonder rather than threat. She would stop to point out the shape of cloud buildup over a ridge, or a patch of late fireweed thriving in disturbed soil, or fresh-cut sign from beavers in a creek system we passed on the way to a station. She talked about the land like it was a place you entered, not a thing that might be waiting to close. Watching her was like watching an earlier draft of myself walk around in someone else's body. That made her easy company and hard company at the same time. We built the kind of work rapport people do when they spend long hours trapped together in trucks and on trails without needing to force intimacy. It began in small, forgettable places and became real before I noticed it. Gas station breakfasts before sunrise, when the only hot food available was overcooked breakfast sandwiches, sweating in paper wrappers under a heat lamp. She preferred black coffee and peanut butter crackers. I lived on bad coffee and whatever had the most protein for the least money. Once she bought a banana that looked bruised enough to qualify for workers' comp and held it up like evidence against civilization. "This," she said, "is what they think field biologists deserve. Better than the burritos at the station outside Ennis. Nothing is better than those if your long-term goal is self-punishment." We sorted cables in the truck bed together one windy afternoon, while dust moved through the yard in pale sheets, and somebody in fire management shouted into a phone 30 feet away, like volume might improve federal funding. She had a habit of untangling knots with fast, irritated competence, muttering under her breath when whoever packed the case before us had done it badly. "If I die doing this job," she said once, working a connector loose from a rat's nest of power leads, "I want it in writing that it won't be because Greg from tech support wrapped everything like he was mad at string." You think Greg's the one doing this? I think Greg's capable of emotional violence through cable management, yes. On the trail, she carried discomfort well. Not romantically, not with some performative toughness,
She just accepted it as part of the terms. Heat, bugs, wet socks, long mileage, bad switchbacks, the shoulder ache that comes from a pack riding wrong until you stop and fix it. She didn't pretend to enjoy those things, but she didn't turn them into identity either. When a storm caught us on a ridge one afternoon and we had to spend 20 ugly minutes under shell layers while wind needled cold rain sideways under our collars, she only said, "Well, this is annoying." In a tone so flat, I laughed harder than the line deserved. It felt good to laugh around her. That surprised me. By then, most of my interactions with people at District had become careful in ways I hated. Too aware of what I was not saying.
Too aware, too, of the private dividing line that had opened in me after Owen and widened after the basin. Everyone else was still living in the ordinary wilderness. I wasn't. Marissa, for a while, made me almost forget that. We talked about ordinary things because ordinary things were what the workday gave us room for. Student debt. She still had too much. So did I. Bad rentals. Hers in Missoula the previous year had flooded through the ceiling every time the upstairs tenant ran a bath. Mine in Bozeman had windows that let in enough winter air to qualify as ventilation by negligence. Family. She had a younger brother in paramedic training who called her only when he wanted advice and ignored it when she gave it. I had parents who were proud in the supportive but geographically distant way families often are when they don't fully understand the work and choose admiration over specifics. Trail snacks became an ongoing argument. She swore by salted almonds and sour gummy worms, insisting the combination covered both morale and electrolyte failure. I favored beef jerky, protein bars, and whatever gas station trail mix looked least dusty. "One day," she said, "you're going to realize dried meat and sadness is not a food group." It's kept me employed. Barely. You look like someone who forgot joy was portable. Sometimes she talked about rescue work, but never in the inflated way some people do when they want hardship to make them interesting. The stories that slipped out were specific and practical. A hiker in the San Juans who had broken an ankle and still insisted he was fine until his friends unpacked his boot. A night search in bad weather where everyone ended up more afraid of hypothermia than the missing person's injury. A woman who had gotten herself cliffed out taking pictures because the view looked flatter in person. "Everything looks flatter in person," Marissa said once, scanning a slope below us with one hand on her hip. "That's the entire scam." She wasn't arrogant. That matters too. Competent people can become unbearable if competence is the only thing they know how to perform. But Marissa had a sturdiness that left room for humor, uncertainty, and the occasional admission that something sucked. She asked good questions. She listened to answers. She corrected fast when she was wrong. If she got impatient, it was usually with systems rather than people. Forms, mileage caps, radios that lost signal exactly where you needed them most. Software that turned simple reporting into punishment. By the second week, I liked having her on the route. Not in a dramatic way, not some instant deep bond. Just the human relief of sharing space with someone who made the miles feel inhabited without making them noisy. She talked enough to keep long drives from becoming oppressive, but she also understood silence in the ordinary, healthy sense. Not every quiet needed filling. Sometimes she would just sip coffee, look out the window at the country opening up ahead of us, and let the truck ride over washboard gravel without forcing the moment into conversation. That was when she started noticing things about me. Not all at once. Nobody sees damage whole at first. They see habits. The first time she commented on my watch, We were halfway through a routine station check in a mixed stand of lodgepole and fur. I had looked down at my wrist for what must have been the third or fourth time in 10 minutes. "You expecting an important date?" she asked. I glanced up. "What? You keep checking the time like something's charging interest." "Just making pace." She nodded, but the look she gave me made it clear she had clocked the lie. Another time, on a trail above a creek, I stopped in the middle of what I was saying because a bird call from somewhere upslope had cut off too sharply. Nothing was wrong. Not really. Another call started somewhere else a second later, and the woods continued being woods. But I had already frozen long enough for Marissa to notice. "You good?" she asked. "Yeah." "What was that?" "Nothing." She looked into the trees, then back at me. "You say nothing like it personally offended you." I shrugged and started walking again. Later still, during a drive back from a long day south of the district line, she asked it more directly. "Can I ask you something?" "That depends." "That is not reassuring." "That's because I grew up poor." She smiled, then let it go serious again. "What happened to you?" The question landed harder because she didn't frame it as a joke. I kept my eyes on the road. Late light was flattening the fields on either side into long bands of yellow and rust. A hawk lifted off a fence post ahead and crossed low in front of the truck. "What do you mean?" "I mean you listen like you're waiting for something bad to get specific," she said. "You stop mid-sentence at random noises. You check your watch every 10 minutes. And every time the woods get quiet for normal reasons, your whole body goes tight." I gripped the wheel a little harder than I meant to. "I'm just tired." "You're a terrible liar." "So I've heard." She let the silence sit for a few seconds after that, not pressing, just leaving me room to either step into the truth or close the door. I closed it. "Bad season," I said finally. "Bad incident." She looked out the passenger window for a while, then nodded once. "Okay." That was all. No forced sympathy, no fake gentleness, no demand for details I didn't know how to give without sounding ruined. She accepted the boundary the way capable people do when they understand both care and restraint. And because she did that, because she did not push when she could have, I trusted her more than I intended to. Enough to enjoy the days with her. Enough to imagine, briefly and stupidly, that maybe the season might still pass without taking anything else from me. That was the problem. By the time I began to understand how much I liked her, it had already become something the story could use against me. Chapter 5. Why I should have told Marissa everything. I knew something was wrong the moment I saw the assignment sheet, and not because anything about it looked unusual to anyone else. On paper, it was just another end-of-season problem. One of the remote units in a high basin had started dropping corrupted files and then gone fully dark between check-ins. The station needed to be serviced before the weather turned for good, and because it sat too far from the trailhead to make sense as a rushed day trip, the route required an overnight. Maybe two, if conditions slowed us down. That kind of thing happened every year. Equipment failed. Access windows narrowed. People got sent where they were needed. But when my supervisor said, "I'm pairing you with Marissa on this one," something inside me went cold so fast it felt chemical. I kept my face still. Years of seasonal work had taught me how to take bad news in ways that did not make it easier for other people to reclassify me as a problem. Still, I must have changed enough for her to notice, because she glanced up from the route printout and said, "You okay?" "Yeah," I said too quickly. She waited. It was late afternoon in the district office.
The windows had gone that dusty gold they always got near the end of summer. Somebody in the hall was laughing at something that sounded smaller than it should have. Radios crackled faintly from dispatch. The ordinary machinery of the place kept moving, and right in the middle of it was this assignment sheet that suddenly seemed to weigh more than paper should.
"It's a straightforward route," she said. "Long, but straightforward. Marissa's doing well. Good chance for her to get an overnight in before season shuts down." I looked down at the coordinates. High basin, sparse timberline cover, one narrow access trail, one bad memory already attached to country not so different from it. I thought, very seriously, about saying no. Not dramatically, not with confession, just no. I'm not the right person for this route. Pair her with someone else. Put me on district work. Tell me to sort dead batteries in the yard for a week and I'll do it smiling. All of those versions passed through me in a few seconds. Then the rest of the practical world arrived behind them. Refusing assignments at that stage of the season does not vanish into nothing. It lands in performance notes, in the stories supervisors tell one another, in the tone of future recommendations. I still needed the job. Still needed health insurance.
Still needed the possibility of another contract if permanence didn't come through. And worst of all, there was no guarantee saying no would keep Marissa out of the basin. It might only mean someone else took her in, without even the half knowledge I had. So I said, "When do we leave?" The answer was 2 days later. That gave me 48 hours to dread the route in private and perform normalcy badly in public. I checked gear too many times, reread the route notes like they might somehow produce a sentence saying the basin had been moved closer to the road, or paved over, or struck from existence. I looked up weather forecasts obsessively, then caught myself and stopped because weather was not what I was actually afraid of. By the night before the trip, I had built and dismantled at least 4 internal speeches telling Marissa what I knew, and every version failed in the same place.
How do you tell another adult, one you respect, that there is a rule in the woods no one will explain properly?
Because the explanation itself may be the kind of knowledge that ruins the person hearing it. How do you say, if every living thing around us goes silent, we are no longer discussing wildlife behavior, or weather, or any danger your training has prepared you for? I did not know. So I packed, slept badly, and showed up before dawn with coffee and a face I hoped looked tired rather than haunted. Marissa climbed into the truck, carrying a paper bag from the gas station and smelling faintly of shampoo and cold morning air. "I bought you an extra breakfast sandwich," she said. "Consider it hazard pay for making me learn overnight protocols." "That's generous," I said. "It's not generosity. The cashier put in 2, and I'm trying not to become a person who eats both." We pulled out of the yard under a sky just starting to pale. The roads beyond town were mostly empty, the fences and fields still holding night shadow. As always, the farther we drove, the more the world simplified itself into road, weather, distance, and the dark shapes of rising land. Marissa drank coffee with both hands wrapped around the cup and talked in that low morning voice people have before the day has fully claimed them. She told me about a friend back in Colorado who had finally landed a permanent county rescue position after 4 seasonal years and 1 divorce. She told me her younger brother had apparently decided paramedic school was less depressing than business school, which was how he phrased most major life choices. She told me she was tired of living out of short leases and sublets and field season storage bins, tired of packing her life into whatever would fit in the back of a hatchback and pretending instability was the same thing as freedom.
"At some point," she said, staring out at the first dark wall of pines ahead, "I would like to own exactly 1 decent couch, and not wonder every spring if it needs to go into someone else's garage. That's how you know you're getting old, I said. No, getting old is caring about lumbar support. I'm talking about dignity. I smiled despite myself. That was the problem with her. She made it easy to stay in the ordinary world 1 minute longer than was safe. Twice on the drive, I almost told her. The first time was when we passed a pullout overlooking a long stretch of timber, and she said, half joking, "You know what I like about this job? Every office view is at least a little threatening." I opened my mouth and heard, in some aborted form, the start of Hal's rule. If the woods ever go completely silent. Then a logging truck came barreling the other direction and forced us both to break off and move on. The second time was later, while she was telling me about a rescue call from the previous winter, involving a guy who had gone snowshoeing in jeans and somehow acted offended when hypothermia caught up with him. She was describing the way he kept apologizing to the team for making a fuss, and I was half listening, half watching the tree line beyond the gravel road roll by and dark repeating walls, when the words rose in me again. I need to tell you something. I actually said the first 3 words aloud. Marissa turned a little in her seat. Yeah? And then I failed. Nothing, I said. Just watch that coffee lid. It's leaking. She looked down, laughed, and wiped her hand with a napkin. The moment went dead, and I hated myself enough for it that I drove the next 20 minutes with both hands locked hard on the wheel. The hike in was long and clear and almost offensively beautiful. We climbed through lower forest first, where morning still held cool in the shade and the trail smelled of pine litter and damp soil. Then up through thinner timber, where wind moved more freely and views opened out over ridges layered blue in the distance. By late morning, we were high enough that the trees began shrinking into weather-bent versions of themselves, all endurance and no comfort. Marissa hiked well. Efficient pace, no unnecessary stops, steady breathing, good feet on the steeper switchbacks. She talked on the easier grades and went quiet where the trail demanded it, which made her one of the easiest partners I had ever had in rough country. At one creek crossing, she crouched to refill her bottle and said, "So, what's the dream if this all works out?" I knew what she meant. Permanent placement, better pay, fewer year-to-year unknowns. The fantasy every seasonal worker carries around while pretending not to. "I don't know," I said. "That's a lie." I capped my bottle. "Maybe a permanent district slot somewhere I don't hate." "Still a lie. That's the humble version." I looked at the water moving over rock and surprised myself by answering honestly, if only partly. I used to think I wanted the whole thing. Career, 10 years in, 20, the right truck, the right maps in the passenger seat, enough experience that younger techs stop trying to prove they're tougher than you. And now? I should have said it then. Instead, I shrugged. Now I'd settle for not having to move every year. She smiled and shouldered her pack again. "See? That's a real answer." We reached the basin in late afternoon under a huge, hard sky and set camp near the lower edge where sparse cover gave just enough shelter from the wind without swallowing us in trees. The place was beautiful in the same cold, exposed way the previous basin had been, though not identical. A different lake, different rock, different line of timber, but enough resemblance that the inside of my body began quietly tightening as soon as I took the pack off. Marissa noticed none of that. Or if she noticed, she interpreted it as altitude and fatigue. We pitched our tents side by side, with just enough room between them to keep gear organized. Filtered water, hung food, checked the station before light got too low.
By the time we finally sat down, with the stove going between us and dehydrated dinners turning slowly edible in their bags, the basin had gone soft with evening. This was the hour I had been avoiding all day. The ordinary after work, when people either become friends or remain only co-workers forever. Marissa sat cross-legged on a flat stone, eating with the seriousness hungry people reserve for bad food they've earned. The wind had dropped. The lake beyond camp held the last of the light. Somewhere in the rock lower down, something small gave a quick chirr and then stopped.
It was all so normal that saying anything true felt obscene. Still, I tried.
"Marissa." She glanced up. "Yeah?" I stared at the steam rising weakly off my dinner and said, "When we're out like this, if something feels off, trust that." She waited. "I mean it," I said. "If the woods ever get too quiet, don't wait around trying to explain it. And if I tell you we're leaving, we leave. No argument." The words hung there between us. Not enough. Already I knew they weren't enough. Marissa lowered the spoon a little. "Okay." Her tone was careful, not dismissive yet, but not alarmed in the way I needed it to be either. To her, I had just said a version of every standard backcountry warning there is. Trust your instincts. Don't second-guess bad feelings. Move fast if something's wrong. Sensible. Reasonable. Incomplete. "What happened to you?" she asked. There it was. The opening I had wanted and dreaded the whole day. I could have told her then. About Hal, about the silence.
About Owen's voice in the trees while Owen stood beside me. About the basin, the thing in the moonlight, the deer trying to shape language with the wrong mouth. Instead, I chose what felt survivable in the moment and deadly in retrospect. "Bad incident," I said, "earlier in the season." "With you?" "With a guy I was working with." I kept my eyes on the stove flame, on the little blue cone of it, because if I looked at her, I thought I might either tell the whole truth or lie more fully. There was an animal attack. Things got complicated fast. She was quiet for a few seconds. "I'm sorry," she said. That should have pushed me further. It didn't. "I just don't like waiting around if something feels wrong anymore," I said. "That's all." She nodded slowly. "Fair." Then, because she was decent and because she thought she understood, she tried to ease the moment instead of press on it. "Hey," she said, "I'm not in the habit of arguing with panic. If you say go, I go." I almost told her then that panic had nothing to do with it. But I had already missed the cleanest moment, and after that, confession gets harder with each passing second. So I only said, "Good." That was the half warning, the weak, vague, cowardly version of the truth I handed her, because it sounded more reasonable than the whole thing, and because some part of me still wanted to remain a person who believed saying the whole thing out loud would be unnecessary. She accepted it because there was no reason not to. Why wouldn't she? I had given her just enough to sound like a man with a history, not a man trying to describe a rule no one fully survives understanding. We ate the rest of dinner talking about easier things. Her brother again, student loans, whether trail mix was an admission of failure or an efficient food, a ranger she'd worked with in Colorado who insisted instant coffee tasted better if you cursed at it before adding water. Little human things, the kind that make danger wait politely outside the edge of the firelight until you're weak enough to think it is left. That night, after we banked the stove, checked the food hang one more time, and zipped ourselves into our separate tents. I lay awake for a while, listening to the small, ordinary sounds of camp settling in the dark. I remember thinking, I told her enough. What I meant was, I told myself enough to feel less guilty before sleep. And that is not the same thing at all. Chapter 5. Why I should have told Marissa everything. The worst part, looking back, is how completely ordinary that evening became after I failed to tell her the truth. If there had been thunder building over the ridge, or some wrongness in the basin that either of us could point to later and say, there, that was the moment. If the lake had gone still too early, or the wind had died in a way that felt staged, or every bird in the country had lifted off at once and drawn a shape in the sky we should have recognized as warning, then maybe my memory would at least have the mercy of a clear sign. But the evening did what beautiful mountain evenings always do. It softened. It opened. It made a lie of fear by wrapping the world in enough grace to seem trustworthy again. The lake darkened first. Not suddenly, but in layers. The glare came off it. Then the blue thinned. Then the surface took on that hard, pewter look alpine water gets right before it begins holding the sky more faithfully than the land around it. Out near the middle, two birds drifted low in the water. Mergansers, I think, though from where we sat they were mostly shape and motion, long-bodied and dark-headed, leaving narrow V-wakes that only showed when the light caught them. Every now and then, one would dip its head and vanish half into the surface, then rise again farther over, as if the lake itself were moving them around. The wind eased by degrees, not enough to vanish, only enough that the basin seemed to exhale after holding itself taut all afternoon. The low fir branches near camp stopped shivering constantly and began only answering the stronger gusts. The stove flame looked steadier. The sound of the water along the shore, which had been a faint, repetitive tapping against stone, fell back to something softer and more intermittent. In that gentling of the air, the whole place seemed to come nearer. Not smaller, just more intimate. The rocks held their day heat a little longer. The smell of cold water and fir pitch sat lower in the basin. Shadows spread under the sparse trees and between the stone shelves until the open ground no longer looked exposed so much as private. Marissa had pulled her knees up against her chest and wrapped both arms around them against the chill that comes fast in high country after sunset. The stove sat between us on a flat patch of ground, glowing weakly blue under the little pot support, while she scraped at the last of her dinner with a spoon. "I swear," she said, "every freeze-dried meal tastes like somebody described food to a chemist and then left the room." I smiled. "You ate all of it." "That's because I hiked 6 hours uphill carrying cables and federal regret." "That's a lot of fiber." She laughed quietly at that, then tipped the pouch back for one last look as if betrayal might still be visible in the bottom. The sound of her laughing did something to me then that I didn't fully understand until much later. It made me lower my guard without meaning to. Not because it cured anything, not because the fear was gone, but because laughter in a place like that, at the right volume and for the right reason, can briefly trick the nervous system into thinking no predator worth naming would ever wait patiently outside the edge of it. We are built to trust shared ease more than we should. The stars started appearing before the last color was gone from the ridge. First, the bright, obvious ones in the higher east, then smaller lights, one by one, until the sky over the basin seemed to gather depth faster than the ground could lose it. In the city, stars always look decorative to me now. A background element. Something you acknowledge with the same distant politeness you'd give a nice view in a restaurant. Out there, they were still structural.
The dark seemed held together by them. Marissa leaned back on one hand and looked up. "This part's still unfair," she said. "What part?" "How much better everything looks when it's trying to kill you." I looked at her. She shrugged. "Altitude, exposure."
Lightning, bears, bad footing, isolation, pick your flavor, still gorgeous.
That's one way to sell the job.
It's the honest brochure. We sat with that for a while. The basin was full of normal evening sounds then, the kinds of sounds that now feel almost heartbreaking to remember. The faint movement of those birds on the lake, a small rustle somewhere in the grass near the rocks, a distant chirring from talus lower down, probably pika or some other tiny life making itself known before fully dark. The occasional soft clink when one of us set down a spoon or nudged a cookpot with a boot. The thin passage of wind through needles. Nothing cinematic, nothing grand. Just the gentle proof of a place inhabited by living things going about their own business. I think that was why Marissa talked more openly than she had on previous routes. Not because we were suddenly intimate, but because people often speak more honestly once the work is done and there is no task left between them.
She said she did want permanent federal work, if she could get it without spending another decade pretending precarity was character building.
"I don't even need glamorous," she said. "I'd take boring. I'd take decent benefits and one truck that starts when I need it to. I'd take not wondering every spring if I should sell half my stuff because I might be in another state by June." "You're describing romance at my age." "That's because you're spiritually 60. "I've been told." She smiled, then went a little quieter. "My brother thinks I should go county full-time," she said. "Search and rescue if something opens. My mom thinks I should do anything indoors. My aunt thinks I should marry a contractor and stop sleeping in the dirt. I'm pretty sure she says that to all the women in our family when they turn 25. Solid strategy. Right? Financially sound, emotionally bleak. The last light came off the ridge then, and for a second, only the sky seemed illuminated. Her face was mostly in shadow, except when the stove flickered. But I could still read the expression on it well enough. "What do you actually want?" I asked. She thought about it longer than I expected. "Land, maybe," she said eventually. "Not a lot. Just enough that nobody can put a Dollar General on the other side of my fence." She glanced toward the lake, smiling a little at herself. "Maybe a dog. A really dumb one. Something cheerful and impossible to discourage. A porch. One stable address for more than 18 months. I don't know. Basic American fantasy package." "That's not that basic anymore." "Exactly. That's what makes it a fantasy." She laughed again, softer that time, and it hit me how young she still seemed when she did. Not immature, not naive, just young in the way people are when the future still appears to them as a thing containing usable space.
She had plans that extended beyond the season, not because she was reckless, but because it still seemed reasonable to her that life would continue long enough to require planning. Watching her there against the deepening dark, talking about a dog she didn't own and land she couldn't yet afford, I felt something shift in me that had nothing to do with attraction and everything to do with responsibility. Protective is the easiest word, though even that feels too clean. What I felt was a sudden acute awareness that her life still stretched forward in ordinary lines. Enough lines that the thought of the wilderness, or anything in it, cutting through them, felt personally offensive. I had worked with other seasonals. I had liked people before. But this was different because of what I already knew and what I had chosen not to tell her. The more human she became in those hours,
the less forgivable my silence felt. I should have told her then. The fireless blue of the stove between us, the lake dark and calm, stars beginning to gather overhead. That was the moment. Not earlier in the truck, not on the trail where the effort of the climb could excuse distraction. Right there, in the pause after she finished talking about land and dogs and permanence, when the world still seemed willing to let speech matter. I imagined it. Marissa, there's something I didn't explain. If the woods ever go completely silent, it is not normal. If I say move, you move. If you hear my voice from somewhere it shouldn't be, do not follow it. If you see something that looks almost right, don't wait for it to become fully wrong. I imagined all of that and said none of it. Maybe because the night was too beautiful. Maybe because I wanted, selfishly, to keep sitting in it without turning us both into prisoners of what I knew.
Maybe because once you say something that impossible aloud, you cannot take back the look another person gives you if they decide you've broken. Instead, I asked, "What kind of dog?" She barked out a laugh so sudden, it startled the birds on the lake into shifting position. "There it is," she said. "The important question." Obviously. Some mutt from a shelter, with one ear up and one ear ruined. 40 pounds of personality and absolutely no useful skills. Bad in a crisis. Excellent in a home. That's fair. We stayed out longer than we needed to. Not irresponsibly long, just enough to let the stove burn down low and the chills start taking fingers and ears first. She told me about a rescue call from the year before where a man had insisted, while actively being hauled out on a litter, that he was still capable of finishing his hike if everyone would stop overreacting. I told her about the district tech who once drove 2 hours to a trailhead, only to realize he had forgotten all the memory cards on his kitchen counter, and then lied about a radiator problem to save face. By then, the stars had thickened enough that the sky looked crowded. The lake was nearly black, except where it caught a strip of pale reflected sky near the far bank. The mergansers had moved farther out. I watched their shapes drift toward the center without knowing why the motion snagged my attention. There was nothing strange in it. Water birds shift as night settles. Still, something about the distance they put between themselves and shore stayed with me. Eventually, Marissa rubbed her hands together, stood, and said, "All right, I'm cashing out before I become one of those people who talks about constellations like they invented them." We did the small, final tasks of camp with the quiet competence shared work creates. Checked the food hang, made sure the stove was truly off, stowed anything loose that didn't need dew or wind, zipped jackets higher, kicked a little dirt over the flattest patch where we'd sat. It all felt so lived in, so modestly human, that the thought of danger entering the scene seemed almost indecent. At her tent, she paused with one hand on the zipper and looked over at me. "Hey," she said. "Yeah? If your bad feeling radar goes off at 3 in the morning, just wake me up. No speeches. I'm serious." The words should have torn right through me. Instead, I only nodded and said, "I will." Another half-truth. Another failure dressed as reassurance. She gave me a small salute with 2 fingers and ducked inside her tent. A moment later, I heard the little domestic sounds of someone settling for the night. Zipper, nylon shift, the rustle of sleeping bag fabric. Then stillness. I stood there for a second under the stars, looking at the low shape of her tent and feeling, again, that protective tightening in my chest. It was so immediate and so useless that it almost made me angry. I got into my own tent, arranged my gear with the same careful habits I'd already begun to trust too much, and lay down. Outside, the basin sounded normal.
That is what undid me most in the end, the comfort of it, the complete, unremarkable rightness. Wind moving lightly through the firs, a bird shifting once out on the lake, water touching rock. Something small and alive making a brief scratch in the grass near camp, then moving on. All of it quieted my body in ways reason never could. For the first time in days, maybe longer, I felt the possibility of real sleep arrive before terror could cut it off. My muscles loosened. The day's mileage settled into my legs as fatigue rather than threat. Even my thoughts began to blur at the edges. Right before sleep took me, I heard one small thing that did not fit. Not loud, not dramatic. A light brush against the outer line of the tent, as if something soft had passed close enough to touch it, without really catching. I opened my eyes in the dark and held my breath. Nothing followed. No second contact. No hoof step. No sniffing. No movement around camp. After a few seconds, the ordinary sounds remained exactly what they had been. Water, wind, distance. The harmless living noise of a mountain night. Probably grass bending back in a stray gust, I told myself. Probably one of the birds on the lake shifting again. Probably nothing. And because I was tired, because I wanted one clean stretch of unconsciousness more than I wanted certainty, I let the explanation stand. As I drifted, one last thought moved through me, clear enough that I remember it now with a grief out of proportion to the sentence itself. I should tell her everything in the morning. That was the thought. Not tonight. Morning, when there was light, coffee, a day's work to stand between us and the telling. I believed, right up until sleep took me, that morning would still be available to us for the truth. Chapter 6. The Voice That Knew Her Better Than I Did. I woke in total darkness, with panic already halfway up my throat. Not from a dream, not from a noise sharp enough to name. The fear was there first, moving through me before thought had assembled itself, as if some older part of the body had felt the world change and dragged me awake to witness it. For one blind second, I had no idea where I was. Then the shape of the tent returned around me, the low angle of the ceiling, the faint pressure of sleeping bag around my legs, the cold high country air inside the fabric, and something inside me understood the real reason I was awake. There were no night sounds. None. I lay perfectly still, eyes open to a dark too complete to be natural, and listened with a desperation so immediate it almost hurt. No water touching the stones at the edge of the lake. No insect rasp from the grass. No little movement in the firs. No shift of birds farther out on the water. Even the wind seemed to have been removed rather than merely calmed, leaving the tent sitting in a silence so total it felt padded, manufactured, an emptiness built for listening back. My heart started going hard before my mind gave it permission. I jerked my wrist up and pressed the watch light with a thumb that slipped the first time from sweat. 2:13 a.m. The numbers glowed green and small and absolute, then dimmed. But Hal's rule had already arrived in me whole. If the woods go completely silent, don't stand there thinking. You walk out. 10 minutes if you're lucky. Only this time, I wasn't alone in the basin. "Marissa," I whispered. My voice sounded wrong immediately. Too flat, too close. The silence ate its edges and gave nothing back. I waited. No answer. I said her name again, a little louder this time. Still low, because some cowardly instinct was already trying to split the difference between warning her and not announcing myself to whatever had silenced the basin. Nothing. There are moments in fear where the body makes a decision before the mind has caught up enough to argue with it. I was sitting upright before I had consciously chosen to move. My hand found my boots in the dark, dragged them close, jammed my feet into them without socks. My fingers shook too badly on the laces, so I left them hanging. I grabbed the headlamp, thought about turning it on, didn't, then clipped it over my head anyway, because not having it felt worse than having it. Every little sound inside the tent seemed hideously loud now. The rasp of nylon under my knees, the faint click of the lamp band catching on my hair, the whisper of my own breath. I unzipped the tent as slowly as I could. The zipper still sounded like a scream. Cold air came in, damp and metallic with lake scent. I leaned out and saw the meadow in pieces. The stars were bright enough overhead to silver the edges of things, but the basin itself remained mostly shape and negative space. The low, dark mass of the fir clusters, the pale sheen of open grass, the lake holding one dull strip of reflected sky along its nearest edge. The kind of visibility that gives you hope and betrays it immediately. Marissa's tent was 6 or 7 feet from mine. The flap hung open. I crossed to it in 2 quick steps, the dew soaking straight through my socks where they showed above the boots, and crouched at the opening. The beam from the headlamp was weak on low mode, but it was enough. Her sleeping bag had been shoved halfway against the sidewall, as if she had kicked free of it in a hurry. The pad was bare. Her boots were gone. So was the headlamp she'd set beside the zipper before bed. Her pack remained, half under the vestibule where she'd left it, but one side pocket hung open. A water bottle lay on its side near the tent seam, with a small wet crescent beneath it. The air inside the tent still held the smell of her shampoo, her deodorant, the faint, warm human scent that lingers in fabric after a body leaves it too recently for the space to forget. She had been there. She had left fast. For one terrible half-second, my mind tried to offer the easiest explanation. Bathroom. She just got up to pee. She heard something. She stepped out to check the food hang. She's right outside the beam. Then I saw the tracks. They crossed the dew-dark grass between our tents and led away toward the fir line. At first glance, they looked like bare footprints, which made no sense because her boots were gone. Then I understood they only resembled bare feet in the broadest, most insulting way. They were too narrow, too long through the midfoot, with pressure concentrated strangely at the front. The toes, or what the eye wanted to call toes, had pressed deeply into the wet ground, while the heel marks were faint and incomplete, as though whatever had made them favored the front of the foot in a way no human gait does unless running uphill hard. The spacing was wrong, too. Not impossible, just wrong enough that my stomach turned before my mind finished measuring it. I stood up too fast and nearly hit my head on the side of her rainfly. "Marissa," I called, louder now. The name went out over the meadow and disappeared. Not echoed, not carried, swallowed. That was when the panic stopped being a rising possibility and became a working condition inside me. I turned on the headlamp fully. The beam cut a weak white path through the darkness, enough to turn the dew silver and catch the first trunks of the firs at the basin edge. Beyond them, black. "Marissa!" Nothing. I looked at my watch again. I do not know why. Maybe because fear likes rituals. Maybe because Hal's rule had become one. The numbers told me what I already knew and made it worse anyway. Time had been moving while I was still inside the tent, pretending I could think my way into the correct action. Then, from the left side of the meadow near the tree line, calm and conversational enough to make my skin tighten all at once, Marissa's voice said, "I found something." It was her voice exactly. Not close, not similar, not the rough approximation of a person being mocked in darkness. Marissa, as I had heard her in the truck, on the trail, over dinner an hour before sleeping. Dry humor flattened into a practical tone, the same shape to the vowels, the same slight drop at the end of a sentence when she was saying something meant to sound reassuring. I swung the beam toward the sound. Nothing but the black wall of fir trunks, low branches, grass silvering in the light. "Marissa?" I said.
Before the word had fully died, another voice answered from the opposite direction, across the darker edge of the lake. Also Marissa, but this one strained, thin with fear. "Don't listen." The headlamp beam jerked so hard my vision streaked. I turned toward the lake and caught only water, stones, a low strip of shore, the shapes of reeds and grass reduced to jagged silver and black. My mouth had gone dry enough that swallowing hurt. "Marissa!" The first voice again, from the left, closer now, or maybe simply more direct. "Over here!" Then from across the water, the second voice, urgent and low and already fraying with panic. "Don't come here." I stood in the middle of the meadow, with my light moving pointlessly from one darkness to another, and understood, with a force so complete it almost took my knees out, that the thing I had failed to explain to her had already found us both. My watch said 2:16, or 2:17. I am not certain. After a point, the numbers ceased being timestamps and became weights. 10 minutes, Hal had said, if you're lucky. But that rule had always assumed you knew when the count began. Had it started when I woke? When the basin went silent? When she stepped out of the tent? When whatever took her first touched the camp? There was no useful answer. Only the shrinking sense that I had already spent too much of the only window that mattered. I moved toward the fir line because the tracks led there, and because doing nothing in the open felt like surrender. The dew soaked my boots at once. Grass bent and sprang back against my shins. My beam searched the ground, trunks, branches, the gaps between them. Everything outside the direct cone of light felt aggressively dark, a darkness that did not merely conceal, but waited. The strange long prints continued for several yards, then blurred where the ground turned stonier. "Marissa," I said again, forcing my voice steadier than I felt. "Talk to me." The first voice answered at once, just inside the trees now. "I'm fine." The tone was wrong, in a way I could not have explained if you'd asked me then. Not because it was not her, it was too exactly her for that, but because it arrived without the drag or hesitation fear should have put into it. It sounded like a person trying to reassure someone from the far side of minor inconvenience. Like she had dropped a mug, not vanished barefoot into a silent basin in the middle of the night. From across the lake, the second voice broke in, higher now, breathier. "It isn't me!" Both were Marissa. Both had the same throat, the same rhythm, the same microscopic textures I had come to recognize over days on the trail. If not for Owen in the burn scar, I think that would have broken me outright. But I had already heard a man's voice come from the wrong place while the owner of it still stood beside me. The shock this time was worse in one way and cleaner in another. There was no room left for doubt. Only choices, and all of them bad. I stopped at the edge of the first fir branches. Cold drops from the needles struck the back of my hand where I held the lamp. The smell there was richer. Sap, damp bark, wet soil, that mineral chill that gathers where sun doesn't reach until late morning. The beam lit trunks one by one, narrow and dark and close together.
No Marissa. No movement. No shape I could name. The lake behind me looked like cut metal in the corner of my vision. Again the calm voice, now slightly deeper in the trees to my left. I need you to see this. And from the opposite side, so strained it almost seemed to shake apart in the air. Please don't. A sound started under both voices then. Not loud enough to place immediately. A wet, rhythmic pull of breath somewhere ahead of me or maybe around me, as if the dark itself had developed lungs and was testing them. I took one involuntary step backward.
The beam dropped to the ground and caught another print near the roots of a fir. Same long, narrow pressure, same wrong emphasis at the front of the foot. Beside it, half muddied in the dew, was a second impression that looked almost human for an instant, until I realized the toes had pressed at different angles, like a memory of a foot rather than a foot itself. My stomach turned cold and liquid. "Marissa," I said, and this time I knew I was pleading. The frightened voice answered from across the lake, very small now. "He's listening." That word, he, hit me harder than anything else in those first minutes. Not because it clarified anything, because it implied she had seen enough to assign the thing a pronoun before the world took her away from where she should have been. The calm voice laughed softly. It was the same laugh Marissa had made over gas station coffee, over trail mix arguments, over stupid district stories. Friendly, short, human. "I'm right here," it said. No, not it. She. Her voice. Her exact speech. Her exact music. I stood between the meadow and the trees with the cold eating through my unlaced boots, the lamp trembling just enough to make branches seem to breathe, and realized with a brutal clarity that the half-warning I had given her had done almost nothing useful. I had armed her against a mood, a vague feeling, a normal bad instinct. Not against this. Not against two versions of her own voice pulling me in opposite directions while the basin remained dead around us. I checked my watch one more time because I could not stop myself. 2:18, maybe 2:19. Either way, the rule was no longer a rule. It was a shrinking corridor. The meadow behind me looked impossibly open. The trees ahead looked too narrow to navigate quickly if I committed. The lake to my right held silence the way black glass holds your reflection, completely and without mercy. The stars above all of it looked obscene. And somewhere in the dark, wearing Marissa's voice twice over, something waited for me to decide which version of her I loved enough to approach. Chapter 6. The voice that knew her better than I did. I do not know whether I moved first or the light did. What I remember is this: my arm lifting, the beam trembling once across the nearest fir trunks, then sliding deeper between them where the branches opened into a darker pocket of ground. For a second, it found nothing but bark and wet grass. Then it caught a face, or what my mind accepted as a face for the first half second it needed to fail. "Marissa!" I said her name before the beam settled fully. The outline was right enough to betray me. Human height, dark hair, pale skin catching the headlamp just above the collar of a field jacket. A mouth already slightly open as if she were about to answer. If the world had given me only that much, I would have run to her. I would have crossed the last few yards without thinking, straight into the trees, and whatever happened after would have been the last thing I ever did. Then the details broke. The smile was too wide. Not cartoonishly wide, that would have made it easier. It was only wrong by degree, the way a copied key looks almost perfect until you try to turn it.
The corners of the mouth extended just a little farther than Marissa's should have, pulling the cheeks too tight and too flat. The skin there had a wet, overdrawn look, as if it had been stretched over an arrangement of bone that did not quite match what it was meant to cover. Under the lamp, the surface of her face, if it was her face, shone faintly, not with sweat, not with tears, but with that same dull, unhealthy moisture I had seen on the thing in the basin by moonlight. The teeth showed next. They were wrong together. Some of them looked human, flat, small, recognizable, packed too tightly in front.
Others behind them sat at angles that made no anatomical sense, too narrow and too long, as though a second set had been grown in the dark without being given proper instructions. The mouth tried to hold all of them at once. That was the effect. A smile assembled from several attempts at a mouth, none of them good. I froze at the edge of the trees, the beam locked on that face. The eyes were set too deep. That was what killed the last piece of recognition. Not just shadow, structure. The sockets went back farther than they should have, making the brow look wrong and the gaze too fixed, too tunneled. The pupils caught the light and gave it back in a wet shine that did not feel animal and did not feel human either. The whole face seemed to sit on the front of the dark, like a mask pressed hard against something standing behind it. Then I lifted the beam a fraction higher, and the thing resolved. It was not Marissa standing in the trees. It was standing behind Marissa. No, that is still too clean, too separate.
The truth was harder to parse than language allows. Her body was entangled in the front of it, or inside the front of it, or being used by it in a way that made the eye keep losing track of which limb belonged to which torso. At first, all I could understand was that there were too many angles where there should have been one. Marissa's upper body hung forward from the chest in a terrible half-embrace, her arms down and slightly out from her sides, while behind and through her, something taller supported and animated the shape as if wearing her center line. One of the creature's arms, or something long enough and jointed wrong enough to function as one, came under her left arm and up across her ribs. Another seemed to brace at her opposite side. Its front was hidden behind her until the light shifted and I saw it moving under the line of her jacket, like a second body trying to stand in the same place.
Her head was not where a living person could have held it. It tilted too far to the right, chin angled toward shoulder, neck drawn in a way that showed the internal line had failed. Not a simple break, not the soft surrender of unconsciousness. A dislocation so severe the whole right side of her collar line had collapsed inward. The shoulder beneath it had dropped as if the joint had been pulled partly free and never returned. Still, her mouth moved. That was what almost took my mind apart. Not her whole face, not in any human coordinated sense, but her mouth, opening a little more and shaping breath. One eye was mostly shut. The other reflected the light blankly for a second and then, impossibly, blinked once by itself. "Help me," she said. The voice was nearly perfect. It came out of the mouth in front, out of Marissa's mouth, but the timing of it was wrong by an amount small enough to be worse than obvious mimicry. The sound seemed to arrive a fraction before the lips fully matched it, as though whatever stood behind her knew the line better than the face it was using to deliver it. I took a step back so fast my heel hit stone. The lamp beam dropped, bounced, came back up wild across trunks and branches and then lower, across the ground at my feet. Bone fragments lay in the grass, small white pieces scattered half into the dew and half into the black soil beneath the firs. Teeth, some whole and some broken.
a length of something curved and pale that my mind tried not to recognize as part of a jaw. They had been there the whole time, and I had stepped almost on them without seeing. Old remains, some part of me thought with sick lucidity. This place too. This basin too. By the time the beam found them again, the thing had moved. Not rushed, not lunged. It had simply advanced one step, or half a step, and in doing so forced Marissa's body to come with it.
That was when I understood with complete certainty that whatever life remained in her, if any did, existed under force. Her left arm twitched. Not reached, not grasped. A small, involuntary jerk at the wrist, fingers curling and uncurling once against the front of her jacket. One boot was missing. The other still hung half on, the lace trailing dark through the wet grass. Blood had soaked down one shin and dried almost black over the fabric, leaving the lower pant leg heavy and stiff-looking in the beam. "Please," the thing said in her voice again. Then the tone changed too fast. Amusement flashed through it, bright and ugly. "There you are." Then irritation, sharp and low. "Don't do that." Then pleading again, higher, thinner, almost petulant. "I said, help me." Then anger, flat, abrupt, sampled from somewhere human, but deployed without human sequence. "Why are you just standing there?" It was cycling through her. That was the realization that broke something in me. Not simply copying, not parroting a line. Sampling tones the way a person flips through radio stations, looking for the one that comes in cleanest. She had said those kinds of things before. Maybe not those exact lines, maybe some of them were mine, maybe some belonged to no one. But the creature wore the emotional color of human speech without understanding duration or fit. It tested voices the way it had tested body shapes in the basin, trying one, rejecting it, dragging another over the same frame. The beam climbed again, and I saw more than I wanted. The side of Marissa's neck was deeply bruised where the skin met the collar, and just above that, near the hinge of the jaw, there was a dark, wet shine that might have been blood, and might have been something else. The creature's own face, or the face it had built up behind hers, was visible only in fragments now. A depth behind the mouth. Another set of teeth farther back than teeth should be. The suggestion of a second brow line moving under the wet stretch of surface skin as if it had not decided whether it wanted to stay hidden. I think I made some sound then. A denial maybe. Or her name again. It does not matter. The thing answered with a little laugh in her voice, and Marissa's head gave a tiny secondary movement afterward, as though the laughter had traveled through structures no longer joined correctly. "Come on," it said. Then, softer and almost conversational, exactly the way she had spoken to me over gas station coffee 3 mornings before. "I found something." I stumbled backward again. The light slipped in my hand and struck the side of a trunk, flashed white across bark, then the ground, then up once more in a wild circle. When it came back to them, the creature had taken another step. Marissa's body dragged at the knee this time, one boot toe catching and folding wrong under before the taller shape behind her corrected the angle and lifted her again. That movement proved more than anything else that there was no saving this in any ordinary sense. If she had been conscious, the pain alone would have been unspeakable. If she had been dead, then whatever stood behind her was using her with an intimacy more obscene than any simple killing. Either way, the category of rescue had already collapsed. My body understood that before my mind let the sentence finish. Still, the mind kept reaching. Maybe she's alive enough.
Maybe if you rush it. Maybe if you grab her arm and pull. Maybe if you hit the thing with the light, with a rock, with the knife. Maybe if... Then the beam caught her eye again. Only one of them moved. The left remained half-lidded and fixed. The right blinked once more, slowly, with a tiny delay at the bottom of the motion, as if the lid had to work around swelling or damage.
That independent blink, coming from a face held in a smile too wide for it, while the voice behind it shifted from anger to coaxing and back again, was the detail that ended whatever scraps of useful thought I had left. Something else hung from the thing's side then, and flashed dark in the light. For one brief second, I thought it was another limb. It was a length of fabric. Marissa's missing bootlace, dragging through blood and dew. "Help me," it said again. Only now the words were too exact, too rehearsed. The pronunciation cleaner than fear would have allowed. She had become, in its mouth, not a person in distress, but the idea of one. My heel slid in the wet grass over one of the pale fragments on the ground. I heard it crunch softly beneath my boot, and knew by the feel of it that it was bone. The basin seemed to tilt around me, not physically, perceptually. Every tree spacing wrong, every piece of ground suddenly exposed, every line of escape visible at once, and none of them good enough. The smell of wet earth, sap, cold air, and blood crowded into one thing. The lamp in my hand had become too heavy, my own breath too loud, the stars above the branches obscene in their distance. What broke in me then was not courage exactly. It was the ability to keep pretending I was still inside a world where the right human choice would produce a human outcome. I had failed her already. The moment of failure was no longer in front of me. It was behind me, sitting beside a stove in the beautiful dark, while I chose vagueness over warning, because warning her honestly would have made me sound deranged. Now all that remained was what the body does when the mind has run out of categories. The creature took one more dragging step. Marissa's hand twitched again. And something in me, something older and more selfish than anything I would ever call noble, gave up on saving her and committed fully to surviving what had already used her voice to find me. Chapter 6. The voice that knew her better than I did. I ran. There is no cleaner way to say it, and I have spent enough years trying to soften that sentence in my own mind to know that any softer version is a lie. I did not make one last attempt to reach her. I did not circle for a better angle. I did not take out the knife in my pack, or the bear spray on my belt, or any of the useless little human tools we carry into wild places because they let us pretend there are categories of danger they can still address. I looked at what was standing in those trees, with Marissa broken inside it. And something deeper than loyalty, deeper than shame, deeper even than thought, made the decision for me. I turned and ran back across the meadow. Not to my tent, not for the pack. Not for food, water, map case, sleeping bag, stove, first aid kit, anything. I veered hard enough to one side that I nearly lost my footing in the wet grass and headed straight for the only things on me that still felt like links to the human world. The truck keys in my jacket pocket, my wallet, the headlamp already strapped over my eyes. Everything else I left where it was. Behind me, Marissa's voice called, clear and wounded and heartbreakingly close. "Wait!" Then, a beat later, sharper, angrier. "What are you doing?" The meadow under my boots was slick with dew.
My unlaced boots slapped wrong against the ground, heels lifting, tongues sliding under the pressure of each stride. The beam from the headlamp jumped wildly over grass, stone, the silver edge of the lake, and then the lower line of the trail where it cut out of camp and into the dark. I hit the trail too fast, stumbled, caught myself on one hand, and kept going. The voice followed, not from one direction,
From several. At first, it was still Marissa as I knew her. Breathless, urgent, a little incredulous. "Hey, come back. I'm over here." Then the tone shifted in mid-stride, switching emotional skins as fast as a person thumbing through screens. "Please don't leave me." Then lighter, almost teasing in the exact cadence she had used over the gas station breakfast sandwiches 2 mornings earlier. "You still owe me coffee." I nearly went down when I heard that, because that was the moment it became undeniable that the thing had not only heard us, it had listened. It had kept what it thought would work. It was not throwing out random human noise. It was selecting leverage. My lungs were burning by the time I hit the first rise out of the basin. Behind me, beneath the voices, I could hear the footsteps. No, that is too simple a word. There was footfall, yes, but in the wrong quantity. Too many impacts per cycle.
a stride that should have landed twice and landed 3 or 4 times instead. A rhythm that nearly learned bipedal movement and then kept revealing something extra in it. A catch, a scuttle, a second set of contacts, too fast and too close together to belong to a human body, carrying another human body. Sometimes it sounded farther off. Sometimes, for one unbearable second, it seemed to be running almost exactly in pace with me, off to the side, among the dark firs where the beam couldn't hold. I did not turn. That, more than any act of courage I ever managed before or after, is the thing I am still most aware of. I did not turn around. Not when it called my name in Marissa's voice. Not when something crashed through brush to my left. Not when I heard a wet, dragging sound briefly overlay the footfalls, as if whatever was pursuing me had changed how it carried her, or changed whether it needed to carry her at all.
The trail rose steeply through the sparse timber at the basin edge, then bent into the darker belt below. I hit the first switchback half blind with adrenaline and almost missed it entirely. Loose gravel slid under my boots. My shoulder clipped a low branch hard enough to spin me partway around, and the headlamp beam flashed over trunks, brush, open dark, and for one hideous instant, a pale shape moving between trees far too smoothly. Then the voice came again, closer and softer than before. "You don't even like sour gummy worms." That was one of the things she had said to me on the trail 3 days earlier, laughing at my trail mix. Such a stupid, harmless little sentence. That was why it worked. It was intimate in exactly the way ordinary life is intimate. Nothing theatrical, nothing dramatic, just a small, private scrap of being known. Hearing it out there in the black made my whole body feel briefly hollow. Another line followed it, not even a full sentence. "You said dried meat and sadness." The rest cut off in a laugh. My stomach turned so violently I tasted acid. It was learning not just voice, not just sound, sequence, relevance. It was trying on emotional keys and fitting them into doors I had opened in safer hours. I ran harder. The trail narrowed through a stretch of young spruce where branches crowded low and deadfall forced the route into little awkward jumps and sidesteps. My headlamp beam kept catching pale lichen, wet bark, the undersides of branches, making the whole corridor look like something submerged and half-rotten. The footfalls behind me changed there too. Less ground contact, more scraping,
then a few seconds of near silence that were somehow worse. I knew, in the animal part of myself, that silence inside a pursuit meant adjustment. Then Marissa spoke from somewhere very close to my right, no more than 10 feet off the trail. "I don't want to die out here."
I flinched so hard I nearly pitched sideways into the brush. That line I had never heard from her before. It was too direct, too clean, too obviously built for damage. But the voice was perfect, and something in it, some little hitch, some tremor in the last word, hit the exact part of the brain built to respond to a person in genuine distress. I almost stopped. That is the truth I hate most. Not just that I ran, but that I almost stopped. Not because it sounded real, because I wanted her to still be retrievable enough for stopping to mean anything. Then the same voice, same pitch, same throat, said in a clipped tone of annoyance, "Keep up!" And I knew again. I tore downhill into the next stand of trees and felt the whole right side of my body vibrating with panic so badly it was difficult to keep my feet under me. My ankle, the one I had half twisted in the basin the morning after seeing the thing by moonlight, began sending sharp, hot pain with every uneven placement. My wrist went next when I caught myself against a trunk to keep from falling. A branch whipped across my mouth and left a taste of blood there. Behind me, the thing kept coming, now with less talking and more of those impossible broken strides, as if it had stopped trying to persuade and committed again to pursuit. At one turn in the trail, I saw her, standing ahead of me, Marissa, or the exact arrangement of her that my mind wanted most desperately to believe in. She was there in the beam, maybe 20 yards ahead, half turned toward me on the path, with one arm raised like she'd just spotted me and meant to wave me down. Hair pulled back, field jacket open at the collar. The narrow line of her face pale in the light. For one full, catastrophic second, I felt hope hit me so hard it almost stopped my heart. Then her left arm bent backward at the elbow. Not all at once, not with a dramatic break.
It merely continued past the angle where the human body ends, and kept going, as if the joint had more room than it should have. At the same time, the smile on her face widened just enough to show those wrong, mixed teeth. Some flat, some too long, packed into a mouth that did not know what shape to choose. I went off the trail. There was no decision in it. My body saw the route blocked, registered the impossible angle in the arm and the smile beneath it, and threw itself sideways into the brush. Branches took me immediately. One drove into my shoulder. Another caught the packless back of my jacket and tore fabric. I half jumped, half fell over a dead log hidden in the dark, hit the ground hard on my knees and hands, rolled, and came up running again on a line parallel to the trail, but lower through the trees. My wrist lit up with pain the moment I put weight on it. My ankle nearly folded twice in the first 10 steps. Somewhere behind and above me, that wrong, too many-footed motion thrashed after me through the undergrowth. Voices came and went in bursts. "Come back! I was kidding! I'm hurt! You left your stuff! Wait, I can't! Why are you doing this? I thought you liked me!" That one hurt the worst, because it was close to something true. Not a sentence she had ever said exactly, but built out of pieces it had heard between us. It was trying intimacy now, not as lure, but as accusation. Sampling guilt the way it had sampled pleading. I realized in flashes between roots and branches that it was not only repeating what it had heard, it was recombining, learning what belonged near what, learning what kinds of human speech opened the body faster than fear alone. I fell again on a slope of wet needles and loose stone, this time twisting the bad ankle fully enough that white pain punched up through my calf and into my vision.
My palm came down on something sharp, a broken branch or rock edge, and split just below the thumb. I got up with dirt in my mouth and blood slicking one hand and kept moving because the alternative had become unimaginable. At some point, the trees began thinning. Not much, not enough to comfort. But the eastern edge of the dark changed first from black to dark blue, then to a softer gray that made the trunks separate a little more cleanly from one another. Dawn was coming. The sky above the ridge was taking on depth again. My breath sounded obscene. My body felt partially wrecked. I was still not sure whether I was ahead of the thing or merely being allowed the illusion. Then, all at once, a bird called. Just one. A single, ordinary burst of song from somewhere downslope. I stumbled in the trail and nearly stopped dead. A second call answered from farther off. Then the dry, ticking stir of insects waking in a sun-touched patch. Then, little by little, the woods began to refill themselves. Wind found the branches again. Some tiny body moved in brush to my left, and this time it sounded small, sane, living in the right category. The return of ordinary sound spread through the forest in fragile layers. It should have been a relief. Instead, it terrified me. Because if Hal's rule held, if silence meant a window, a countdown, a period during which the world had stepped back from whatever was moving through it, then the return of birds did not mean safety in any clean sense. It meant the window had closed. It meant the event had passed through its central point and was now behind me, whether I had escaped it or merely survived until it no longer needed the woods emptied around us. The footfalls behind me had stopped, or else had become ordinary enough to hide. I kept running. By the time the trailhead came into view through the last stretch of timber, dawn had fully broken over the upper ridges.
The parking area sat gray and empty except for my truck, dust-coated and waiting with the terrible indifference of machines. I staggered the last few yards, yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and locked it before I had fully pulled my legs clear of the ground. Then I sat there shaking, not metaphorically, shaking hard enough that the keys rattled against the steering column before I even got them in. My breath came in ugly, broken pulls. My ankle throbbed in time with my pulse. Blood from my hand had smeared across the inside handle and one knee of my pants. Out through the windshield, the trail mouth looked harmless in morning light. Trees, shade, gravel, nothing more. I did not start the truck, not right away, because the moment I did, the leaving would become final in a way it had not yet fully become. While I sat there panting with the key in my hand and the engine silent, some useless part of me still believed there was a line not yet crossed. That if I could just breathe long enough, think straight enough, I might still do something that would not damn me to myself. But what? Go back up? Into full daylight now, with a twisted ankle, a split hand, and a thing in the woods that had already used her body to speak to me. Call for help? Yes, of course. But help from where, and how fast? And help for what version of her? I knew the answer before I admitted it. By the time I put the key in the ignition, I already knew what my running had meant. Not just tactically, morally. Finality had entered the story several minutes before the truck. I drove. Not fast at first, just enough to get the trailhead out of view. Then faster once the road dropped and the trees changed and the first mile opened between me and the place. I do not remember turning on the radio. I know I didn't for a long time.
I drove with both hands locked on the wheel, and every small, ordinary detail of the road looking newly obscene in its normalcy. Culverts, washboard, a sun-struck deer fence, mailboxes lower down, the open valley beyond. The world had not altered to match what I had done. That felt like insult. I did not report Marissa missing immediately. That is another truth people deserve. I wish I could say I drove 10 minutes and found a signal and called in clean, useful, coherent information. I did not. I drove too far in a state I later understood to be somewhere between shock and pure refusal. When I finally did stop, at a gas station outside town or a turnout, or maybe both, even now some of that sequence blurs, I sat with my phone in my hand and could not make my thumb press call for a full minute because once I started talking, the world would begin turning what happened into procedure, and procedure would never be able to hold the shape of it. When I did report, I was delayed and incoherent enough that the first person on the other end thought I was injured worse than I was. Maybe I was, just not in a way triage knows how to rank. By then, morning had fully claimed the sky. Birds were calling in the trees beyond the lot. Cars moved. Coffee burned somewhere nearby. The world had re-entered ordinary time. And beneath all of that, under every practical next step, one truth had already settled into me with the weight of stone. The coldest thing was not that I had seen the creature. It was that when the moment came, I chose survival over rescue. And some part of me knew, with a horror that would last longer than fear, that if the same moment came again, exactly the same way, I would probably choose it again.
Chapter 7. The Last Recording. They launched the search for Marissa before noon, and for the first several hours, I existed in a version of events that almost made me believe institutions could still carry the weight of what had happened. Almost. That morning moved fast in the administrative sense and unbearably slow in every other one. Calls were made, maps came out. District vehicles turned over and headed back toward the basin. Search and rescue volunteers were notified. A deputy from the sheriff's office took my statement once in the parking lot outside the gas station and again later in a conference room that smelled of burnt coffee, old carpet, and copier heat. A Forest Service supervisor sat in on part of it, hands folded too tightly in front of him, the posture of a man trying very hard to be both humane and procedurally correct at the same time. I cooperated. That is the simplest, honest way to say it. I answered their questions. I gave the route, the camp location, the time I woke, the time I believed Marissa left or was taken from the tent, the direction of the voices, the path of my retreat, the point where I abandoned camp, the approximate timeline to the trailhead. I described the silence because by then I was beyond caring how strange it sounded, though I still did not describe it fully enough to make them understand. I told them I heard her voice in 2 places. I told them I found her tent open. I told them I saw her in the trees and that something was wrong with her body. That last phrase, something was wrong with her body, sounded thin and stupid even as I said it.
But how else was I supposed to give them what I had seen? Was I meant to tell a deputy in a county office that some other thing had been standing behind her, inside her, using her face like a doorway? That her mouth had spoken with nearly perfect timing while the rest of her hung in it at impossible angles? That the creature had cycled through her voice the way a bored person flips through channels? I tried once to move closer to the truth. There was something with her, I said. The deputy looked up from his notes.
Someone else? No. A pause. What do you mean, then? I stared at the tabletop long enough that he repeated the question in a softer tone. I don't know what I mean, I said finally. And that was the beginning of the end of anyone treating my account as a usable description of external reality. By late afternoon, suspicion had already begun its quiet migration into concern. Not open accusation.
No one came out and called me a liar, or implied I had physically harmed her. The timeline, the visible condition I was in, the abandoned gear at camp once the first team reached it, all of that placed me inside the story, as damaged witness, more than likely attacker. But suspicion has levels, and when the facts refuse to align into one coherent shape, institutions move their weight onto the version that causes the least procedural strain. A man who panicked in the backcountry after a previous traumatic incident. A man who became disoriented under stress. A man whose judgment failed at the worst possible moment. That was easier for them than what I was trying and failing to say. By the second interview, they had started asking questions in that careful, low-register way people use when they are trying to determine whether your unreliability is temporary, pathological, or both. Had I been sleeping well before the trip? Not really. Any history of anxiety? Nothing diagnosed. Any medication? Alcohol? Substance use? No.
Had I experienced prior distress associated with fieldwork since Owen's death? Yes. When had I last slept? I had to think about it. Each answer tightened the narrative around me. Not maliciously, efficiently. I could feel them building the humane explanation in real time. Shock, cumulative stress, delayed trauma response after witnessing a prior fatality, separation in difficult terrain, animal predation in a remote basin. The vocabulary of tragic plausibility assembled itself around my account before the search had even finished its first full sweep. I watched it happen and was too exhausted to stop it. The search lasted days. That was another cruelty. If they had found her by nightfall, the whole event might have remained too immediate for tidy language to settle over it quickly. But terrain, distance, weather, and bad luck stretched everything.
The basin had enough open ground to mislead you, and enough pockets of broken cover to hide what you wished had remained impossible. The search teams went back in with dogs, then with tighter grids, then with expanding arcs beyond the basin itself. They found sign, then partial sign, then blood, then gear fragments, then places where the ground told a story none of them wanted to summarize aloud. I was not brought in on the active search after the first day. Officially, that was because I was not in condition to contribute safely. Unofficially, it was because by then I had become an unstable variable. I understood that, even if I hated it. So I waited in rooms not meant for waiting. District offices, a borrowed apartment, one motel room for a night when someone decided I should not be alone and then failed to follow through on what that implied. I answered follow-up calls, Sat through one meeting with an employee assistance counselor, speaking to me through a patchy line from Helena, as though the right combination of neutral, professional concern and breathing exercises might restore the world to something fit for language. On the fourth day, they found the first substantial remains. That was the term used on the call that reached district. Substantial remains. I remember the phrase because I stared at the wall for a full 10 seconds after hearing it and tried to understand what kind of culture teaches people to speak that way about a woman they had shared coffee with less than a week earlier. What they found was not all of her. Not close enough to all,
for anyone to say the sentence simply. Parts were distributed over distance, in a pattern the official reports later tried to blame on scavenging, terrain, and elapsed time. That explanation had the advantage of sounding both tragic and familiar.
But even in the muted fragments that reached me unofficially before the paperwork did, I could tell familiar was doing too much work. Her remains had not merely been scattered. Some of them had been placed. No one said that directly, of course. People said things like, located under separate field conditions, or recovered from multiple positions within the drainage, or arrangement unclear due to environmental disturbance. Bureaucratic language is a wonderful hiding place if you need one. But underneath it, the shape of the truth pushed through anyway. There was one discovery in particular that people tried not to discuss in front of me. And naturally, that made it the first thing I hunted down. A recording device had been recovered with the remains. Not in her hand, not in her tent, not clipped where it should have been in her field kit. It was found lodged among torn fabric and tissue in the cavity of her chest, after searchers realized something rigid was reflecting light inside the rib spread. Depending on which version of the story you got, it had either been tucked beneath what remained of her pack harness or deliberately pressed into the open space under the sternum. The report language changed depending on who thought they might someday have to defend it. I eventually saw enough of the photographs to know the second version was closer. I should not have had access to them. That no longer mattered by then. The image that stayed with me longest was not the bloodiest one. It was the one taken after the first careful clearing, when the body, or what remained positioned as body, had been exposed enough to show structure. The ribs had been opened too evenly. Not cleanly, not surgically, but with a spread that looked less like tearing and more like prying by an intelligence that understood access better than anatomy. The sternum area had been forced apart far enough to create space. Inside that space, among clotted dark tissue, sat the field recording unit, still clipped to a strap fragment, as if it had been placed there after the opening, not simply fallen in by accident. That alone was bad enough. Then I read the evidence notes. Stones had been found inside the chest cavity. Not many, just enough to matter. Small, smooth lake stones, washed and dark with blood. Alongside them, organic debris, wet grass, fir needles, a clump of moss, fragments of bark. The kind of material you would expect stuck to boots or caught in clothing, not selected and inserted inside a person. Someone had staged her. Again, that was not the official phrasing. Officially, it was environmental contamination associated with animal disturbance.
Officially, it was impossible to determine post-mortem sequence with certainty.
Officially, nobody wanted to say the simplest version, because the simplest version carried intention, and intention drags every convenient explanation into deeper water. There were other details too. Gear positioned in ways that looked almost meaningful. One of her gloves found several feet away, palm up on a flat stone. Her headlamp recovered under brush, with the strap neatly looped once around a branch. A bootlace trailing through blood on the lower slope. Small fragments of camp equipment distributed not as if tossed by impact, but as if dropped while moving something from one place to another and not caring what remained behind. No one in authority followed that line publicly. Why would they? The moment you entertain deliberate placement, you invite a different class of question. A question that does not end with mountain lion, bear, stress response, or unfortunate terrain.
A question that requires either a known human actor or something worse. And there was no human actor anyone could produce. So the reports settled where reports always settle,
when truth exceeds the carrying capacity of the institution writing them. Stress response, disorientation, separation from partner in remote terrain, probable predation, complicated recovery conditions. By the time administrative review began, the official story had already hardened around me. I was no longer under real suspicion of violence. I had moved instead into a more professionally manageable category. The surviving witness whose judgment had failed under psychological strain. That was easier for everyone. Easier for the sheriff's office. Easier for the district. Easier for risk management. Easier, in a perverse way, even for the dead. Because animal attack is at least a sentence people know how to hold in their mouths. I cooperated mechanically with all of it.
I sat in the chairs they put me in, signed the documents they slid across the table, answered questions until answers no longer felt attached to memory. When they told me no criminal wrongdoing was suspected on my part, I nodded. When they referred me for evaluation and temporary leave pending administrative review, I nodded again. When one of the district people, trying very hard to be kind, told me that what happened was an unfortunate separation in remote terrain after an extreme stress response, I felt something inside me step back and observe the sentence the way you observe a dead thing in water. It floated. It had shape. It was not alive. What they said happened and what happened were no longer the same object. I understood then, with a coldness deeper than fear, that closure in institutional language has almost nothing to do with truth. It only has to do with what kind of explanation can survive signatures, liability, and next year's staffing meetings.
And somewhere inside a photo folder I was never supposed to open, Marissa's ribs still stood too evenly apart around a recording device someone, or something, had placed inside her as though the body were only another kind of container. Chapter 7. The Last Recording. I resigned in October. Not dramatically, not in some final confrontation with supervisors who would never have understood the real reason anyway. I filled out the forms, sat through the exit meeting, used the language available to me because by then I had learned exactly what kinds of truth people can process without recoiling from them. Cumulative stress, trauma related to field fatality, loss of confidence in backcountry safety, need for work that did not require overnight remote assignments. All of that was true, and none of it was the truth. The district accepted my resignation with a degree of sympathy that only made it hurt worse.
My supervisor looked exhausted and sad,
in the way decent people do when they know something in a person has broken, but do not know the shape of the break. Someone from admin told me to reach out if I ever wanted to reapply in the future, as if the door had been left open and all I had to do was become the kind of man who could walk back through it. A wildlife tech I barely knew shook my hand in the parking lot and said, "Take care of yourself," with the heavy sincerity people use when they are trying not to say, "You're one of the ones the job got." I sold what I could not carry and packed the rest into my truck. Bozeman was already turning toward winter by then. The mornings had gone brittle. Frost held in the shaded parts of parking lots until almost noon. The cottonwoods along the streets had thinned, and every gust of wind made the town look briefly unfinished. Leaves skittering down gutters, old paper lifted and dropped again.
I remember loading boxes into the truck bed, while the air smelled like cold dirt, wet cardboard, and gasoline, and thinking that all leaving really means is taking your fear somewhere else and giving it a new set of rooms. I moved first to Spokane because I had a cousin there with a spare room and the kind of patient, practical kindness that asks fewer questions than you deserve.
Later, after a few months, I moved again. Then again. The details do not matter much, except in one respect. Each time I chose cities. Real cities. Places where the wilderness had been reduced to parks with closing hours, decorative trees planted by crews in orange vests, and bodies of water bordered by railings and dog waste bag dispensers. I took remote environmental data work for a consulting firm because it let me stay in the same field without ever putting my boots back into the kind of country that could decide to become uninhabited around me. I worked from laptops in apartments with poor light and thin walls, and neighbors whose lives I could hear through drywall. It was the first time in my adult life that my relationship to the land became abstract. Coordinates, files, migration models, sound libraries, habitat overlays. Nature as data. Wilderness flattened into manageable evidence. I told myself this was adaptation. Some days it probably was. Most days it was simply shrinking. That is what survival became after the timberline. Not healing, not rebuilding, shrinking. I stopped camping entirely. That part sounds obvious when you say it out loud, but people always hear it as a dramatic choice, as though giving up camping after what I saw were equivalent to avoiding roller coasters after a bad fall. It wasn't like that. It was smaller and stranger. I didn't vow never to sleep outdoors again.
I simply found that each time an invitation arose, a friend suggesting a weekend in the Cascades, a work retreat near a forest preserve, a family member asking if I wanted to rent a cabin, I experienced not fear exactly, but immediate logistical revulsion. How far from the car? How many trees? How much darkness? What if the power goes out? What if the room gets quiet enough to hear what shouldn't be there? So I declined. Then I stopped getting asked. I did not enter National Park backcountry again. I did not hike single track beyond where I could still hear traffic. I stopped taking scenic routes if scenic meant isolated. I learned to scan hotel descriptions for phrases like wooded views and tranquil natural setting, and delete them from consideration before even seeing pictures. When I rented apartments, I took higher floors whenever I could afford them, as if elevation in a city might protect me from the memory of elevation elsewhere. I preferred buildings with more than one locked door between me and the outside. I chose neighborhoods where the ambient noise floor never fully dropped. Sirens in the distance, buses kneeling at stops, people shouting 3 blocks away at 1 in the morning, HVAC units humming on rooftops. The sound of civilization became less annoying than the possibility of hearing my own pulse in a silent room. After dark, I checked windows. Not always obviously, not in a way other people would have marked as pathology. But every evening, almost without deciding to, I found myself glancing at the glass after the room lights came on, looking not for anything specific, which is how fear survives longest, but for the possibility of a figure standing where reflection and darkness overlap badly enough to hide one. In ground floor apartments that became impossible quickly, which is part of why I stopped renting ground floor apartments.
On the 14th floor of a building in Chicago later, it became absurd enough that I almost laughed at myself the first few times I caught my reflection looking back from the black window with the city lights below. Still, I checked. I woke around 2 a.m. for years, sometimes 2:11, sometimes 2:13 exactly, sometimes 2:17 or 2:24, the body varying the punishment just enough to keep superstition from hardening into schedule. But always near there, always with that first moment of animal panic before orientation. Dark ceiling, familiar room, unfamiliar certainty that some countdown had already begun without me. It got bad enough that I stopped sleeping in real silence. A fan, even in winter. A TV left on low. White noise from an app. An air purifier I did not need and kept anyway, because it produced a continuous mechanical breath that belonged to the room and not to anything that might be standing outside it. Total quiet became intolerable. Not because it was loud with memory,
because it threatened to become the absence in which memory could step forward and call itself current. There were other changes, stranger and meaner in their intimacy. I no longer answered if someone called my name from another room unless I knew exactly who was in the apartment with me and where they were standing when they spoke. That sounds paranoid because it is paranoid. It is also true. If a friend or partner called from the kitchen and I had last seen them on the couch, my whole body locked before reason arrived. Once, years later, a woman I was dating called my name from the building hallway while I was inside the apartment, and I stood in the doorway, hand on the knob, unable to move for so long that by the time I opened it, she thought I had been in the shower. I lied and said I hadn't heard her. What was I supposed to say instead? Sometimes voices are only the first draft of a body. Marissa remained in all of it. That is maybe the part I least deserve sympathy for, and the one that hurts most. Fear may have shaped the life I built afterward, but guilt furnished it. Every smaller room, every fan left running, every route declined, every midnight glance at the window. Underneath all of them was the knowledge that she died not only because something found us, but because I had seen enough beforehand to know more than I told her and still chose vagueness. I replayed that last ordinary evening often enough to wear grooves into it. The lake darkening, the birds moving farther out, her talking about land, her laughing about a mutt with one ruined ear, her saying, "If your bad feeling radar goes off at 3 a.m, just wake me up." There is no clean way to live with having heard that sentence in memory after leaving her in the trees. At first, I tried to frame it as ignorance. I didn't know enough, I told myself. I couldn't have explained it better. I had no proof. I would have sounded insane. Maybe none of that warning would have helped anyway. Those things might all contain some fraction of truth. They do not save me from the larger truth, which is this. I protected my own credibility more carefully than I protected her life. And time, which people praise far too much, did not dissolve that understanding. It only made it quieter and more precise. In the years after, I found myself returning mentally to Hal more and more often. Not to his face, not to the lemon bars or the wax paper or the powdered sugar on his mustache, though all of that remained. To the wording. That is what grief and fear do to language. They force you back through old sentences looking for hidden architecture. If the woods go completely silent, don't stand there thinking. You walk out. 10 minutes, if you're lucky. For a long time, I had remembered it as a countdown to arrival. 10 minutes before it gets there. 10 minutes before the thing reaches you. 10 minutes before the danger enters the scene. That was the childish version, the hopeful one, the one that preserves sequence. Later, lying awake in city apartments with the TV muttering to itself and light from the hallway striping the ceiling under the door, I began hearing the sentence the way Hal had actually meant it. He did not say, "You had 10 minutes before it arrives." He said, 10 minutes to get clear. Those are not the same thing. To get clear means the danger may already be there when the count begins, already near enough to have altered the world around you, already inside the range of whatever system the animals understand better than we do. The silence is not a warning of approach in the clean, dramatic sense.
It may be only the moment you finally notice that something has entered the area, and all living things have adjusted before you. That realization hurt more than the original fear, because it collapsed what little comfort I had once taken from the rule.
A warning implies mercy. A warning suggests the world is trying to help you, but 10 minutes to get clear is something else entirely. It is not mercy. It is leftover time. And some nights, when the room is too still, even with the fan running, and I can feel the old panic preparing to wake me right on schedule, I lie there in the dark and think of Hal giving me the only useful part, because he either could not or would not say the rest. Maybe he was sparing me. Maybe he was sparing himself. Or maybe, once you have learned enough about certain things in the woods, all language left to you is procedural. Move. Leave. Do not wait to understand. By then, I had already failed at all three when it mattered most. Chapter 7. The Last Recording. It would be cleaner if the story ended with Marissa. That is what people want from horror when they say they want it to feel real. They want the mess contained inside one geography, one season, one ruin of a life.
They want to believe a thing can happen in the mountains and stay there, provided the right people die, the wrong reports get signed, and the survivor does what survivors are best at doing. Moves away, gets quieter, learns how to be socially acceptable again. For a while, I let myself live inside that version. Not because I believed it fully, but because I needed the structure of it. I needed the idea that all the damage had already been done, and that the rest of my life would be only aftermath, not continuation. There is a kind of peace in believing the worst thing that ever found you is now behind you, even if it took pieces of you when it left. That peace is false, but it can keep a person functional. Years passed. Not many in the grand sense. Enough in the human one. Enough for jobs to change, for addresses to blur, for my face in the mirror to begin carrying the quieter damage instead of the sharp kind. By then, I was doing remote environmental data work full-time, mostly from a desk in an apartment high enough above the street that weather reached me as reflected light and sirens rather than touch. Most days were spreadsheets, acoustic review, migration overlays, machine learning filters that still misclassified ravens as everything under the sun if the recording quality was bad enough. Boring work, useful work, work with no tree line attached to it. A former colleague from the district, someone I had not spoken to in almost a year, accidentally shared a maintenance archive with me late one Thursday in February. The subject line was generic enough that I almost ignored it. Wrong recipient? Please disregard if this wasn't meant for you. I opened it only because remote work teaches you to open anything that might, however accidentally, contain data you are already being paid to interpret. The message itself was 3 lines. Embarrassed apology, mention of a station anomaly, note that it was probably equipment failure or upload corruption, and had already been forwarded to the correct contractor. There was an attachment link beneath that, with a dataset name I recognized from an interagency archive system still used by several districts across Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. My first instinct was to delete it. I remember that clearly because the cursor actually hovered over the trash icon, while a little sensible part of me said, "You do not need extra forests in your life." Then habit 1, not curiosity. That would be too romantic a word for what decades in data work really produce. Habit, pattern recognition, the automatic tug of a flagged anomaly with audio attached. I downloaded the file, opened the metadata first,
and saw that it belonged to a remote passive station in central Idaho, set along a timber edge above a drainage I had never visited and would not have known by name if you'd said it aloud to me.
The log notes indicated near total biological silence across multiple channels for just under 9 minutes during an otherwise normal overnight recording window. No obvious weather event, no signal interruption, no hardware fault detected on self-check. That was enough to make my hand go cold on the mouse. I told myself there were normal explanations. Microphone occlusion, wind direction, animal movement shift, a software artifact flattening the visible activity spectrum. I had explained stranger-looking data than that before. Enough times that the old part of my life and the new one could still overlap for a minute without pain. I opened the waveform. At first, it looked almost ordinary. Low wind artifact. A little irregular cloth-like rustle in one channel, probably vegetation clipping the edge of the pickup cone. Very faint movement somewhere in the lower range, too soft to classify without listening. The silence event itself showed up as a long trough where all the usual insect and small animal signatures dropped almost to nothing, leaving only environmental residue and the occasional soft pressure of something too broad or too far to identify cleanly. I should have closed it then. Instead, I put on headphones. The first 30 seconds were almost empty. Not truly empty. There is no such thing in a field recording unless the file is dead. But empty enough that my body recognized the structure before my mind admitted what I was hearing. Wind in the wrong place. A tiny, intermittent drag of something against something else. The atmosphere of an acoustic scene after the living part has stepped out of it. I scrubbed forward. A minute, 2, 4. Nothing I could name. Just that same near absence, occasionally interrupted by a soft movement too light for a branch, too textured for pure static. Once, I thought I heard a distant footfall in leaf litter or old grass, but when I backed up and replayed it, the sound dissolved into ambiguity again. At 7:41 in the clip, a voice came in. Faint, far enough off that if I had not been wearing headphones, I might have mistaken it for distortion. Male, low, only 4 words. I stopped the file immediately. Not because I understood the words at once, but because I understood the voice. My own. I sat there in my apartment with the monitor light on my hands and the city moving somewhere 14 floors below, and stared at the paused waveform while every part of me refused the fact separately. Not similar, not approximate, mine. The exact flattened Midwestern edges I have never managed to shake, made thinner by distance and fear, but unmistakable. My voice at a lower register, the way it goes when I am trying not to alarm someone. The voice I had heard in old recordings, voicemails, field notes, video clips people take when they don't tell you they're filming. There are enough tiny betrayals in a voice that nobody mistakes their own once it is really there. I backed up the clip 6 seconds and played it again. This time, I caught the sentence whole. Marissa, don't go too far. I'm right behind you. I had never said that sentence to her. That is one of the first things I checked in myself afterward, as if memory might still save the world by making the line real somewhere in the past. But I had not. I had said things near it. I had almost said things around it. I had once, on a trail in easier country, told her not to get too far ahead at a creek crossing because the footing on the far bank was bad. I had said, "I'm right behind you," to other people in other situations, because people say that all the time outdoors. But those exact words, in that order, aimed at her by name? No. And yet there they were, in my voice,
on a station file recorded in a state I had not set foot in for years. I replayed it 6 times. On the 7th, I heard something else. Just after my voice ended, on the 2nd channel, the narrower one angled lower toward brushline, there came a soft, wet click, almost like a tongue against teeth or 2 small pieces of cartilage touching under pressure. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would mean anything to anyone else. To me, it was enough to make the room tilt. I pulled up the metadata again. Station ID, county, coordinates, installation date, maintenance log, operator initials I didn't recognize, GPS stamps, temperature range, moon phase, file checksum. Everything in order, nothing suggesting corruption or accidental source substitution. The recording had been made on a night in late September, 3 years after Marissa died. At that exact time, on that exact date, I was in my apartment in Chicago. I know that because I checked. Calendar, work logs. A grocery receipt time-stamped 40 minutes earlier. My building key fob history. I was not in Idaho. I was not in any forest. I was reheating soup and answering emails from a consulting firm while something in another state used my voice to speak into a silence event. I sat very still for a long time after that. The city outside the windows kept making its ordinary noise. A siren 3 blocks over. Elevator cable somewhere in the building. Someone dropping something metal in a neighboring unit. The little domestic machinery of human density. It all seemed suddenly temporary, like a shell that had not yet learned what it was trying to keep out. At some point, I opened the file in spectral view and enlarged the section beneath the voice. There, buried under my own sentence in a frequency band I almost missed, was another trace. Softer, closer to the mic. Not speech at first, just breath. Then, right at the edge of the sample where the file resumed its near emptiness, something that might have been a whisper. I cleaned the gain, isolated the channel, played it back until the headphones hurt. The words, when they finally separated from the hiss, were barely there. You still had time. I did not sleep that night. I did what frightened professionals do when they have 1 foot left in reason and want badly to keep it there. I checked the file headers for tampering. I compared the waveform structure to known synthetic inserts. I looked for clipping, duplication, compression anomalies, timestamp drift. I convinced myself twice that it had to be a prank and disproved it both times with the metadata. I emailed the old colleague who had sent the archive and asked, as casually as I could manage, whether there had been any field contamination or known technician presence near the station at the time of the recording. He wrote back the next morning. No human activity logged in that area overnight. That's why the silence event got flagged. Weird file, huh? Contractor thinks maybe vocal artifact from previous buffer. Weird file. That was the phrase. I stared at it until I started laughing, not because it was funny, but because sometimes the body chooses laughter over collapse when both are available. That was when the final shape of the thing settled into me. Not the body, not the mimicry, not even the silence, though all of those remained part of it. The scale. It was not attached to one basin, one district, one piece of burned Montana, one high lake, one set of remains in one season. It had learned voices and kept them. It had used Owen's, used Marissa's. Now it was using mine, hundreds of miles from where I last heard it with my own ears. Whether it moved physically from forest to forest, or whether surviving it was enough to let some trace travel farther, I still cannot say.
Maybe the recordings matter. Maybe memory does. Maybe once it learns a person, distance becomes just another medium. I do know this: it listens. It keeps what works. And it does not need your body to go with it in order to continue using you. Sometime after midnight, with the file still open on the screen, I took off the headphones and became aware of how quiet the apartment had gotten. The fan in the bedroom was still running. The refrigerator hummed softly. Traffic had thinned outside. Nothing supernatural, nothing dramatic. Then, from the hallway beyond my front door, came a tiny, wet sound. Not a knock, not a footstep, just a soft, intimate click, like something adjusting itself in the dark. I did not go to the door. I sat at my desk with the city spread below the windows and the waveform frozen on the monitor. And after a while, I noticed the playback scrubber moving on its own, very slowly, As if some part of the file were still continuing after the point where I had paused it. I know exactly where I was the night that Idaho recording was made. I was in my apartment, 1,200 miles away, living quietly enough to think that mattered. The last voice on that file was mine.